Hello. Now we'll start session 3 of the workshop, looking at policy options for enhancing the adoption and uptake of energy-efficient equipment using low and zero GWP refrigerants. This session will be moderated by Monica Wambui from CLASP. Monica, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Liazat, and hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. As Liazat mentioned, my name is Monica Wambui, and I work with CLASP, and I'll be your facilitator for the session today. And so before we get into it, allow me to give a brief recap of the morning discussions. And so the first session was essentially a scene setter with presentations on the energy efficiency landscape, bringing us up to date on ongoing discussions on the ever-growing need for energy-efficient cooling. And the second session, we delved deeper into the technology with 2 expert panels on the manufacturing and the servicing industries. And so in this third session, we will be focusing, as Liazat has mentioned, on policy options and tools that are available to support decision-making, as well decision-making and implementation with the goal of addressing the accessibility of energy-efficient cooling equipment that use climate-friendly refrigerants. And so maybe just to talk more about that is that mandatory minimum energy performance standards that are and labeling that are regularly updated are seen as a key instrument to support the uptake of energy efficient appliances. Alongside that are other approaches such as public procurement, and this is in acknowledgement of the role of the government as the largest consumer and how then they can also transition the demand for such equipment. And also, we have solutions such as cooling as a service alongside improved or innovative financing mechanisms that focus on the vulnerable and the low-income communities. And alongside that, we also think about engaging with banks to talk about sustainable financing mechanisms, which really fits into some of the discussions that we've had previously. And so with that really brief prelude as to what our speakers will be talking about, let me quickly go do some quick introductions. So to my right is Nihar Shah, who works with the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab, LBNL. Next to him is Brian Holley from the U4E. And next to Brian is Andrea Fort, who sits both on the RTOC and the Cool Coalition. And finally is Dr. Stephen Anderson of the Institute for Governance and Sustainable Development. And so without any further ado, Nihar, will you take us away?
Thanks, Monica. So my name is Nihar Shah, as she mentioned. I work with Lawrence Berkeley National Lab, where I direct the Global Cooling Efficiency Program. I'll briefly also make remarks. I'm going to go quickly through my presentation here because I have a QR code at the end, which I'd like folks to respond to this questionnaire. And I think it'll be useful for parties to give us your feedback. So if you could quickly scan this code and come back on the questions that are there, because I think towards the end of this session, I think, as well as towards the end of today, I think it'll be helpful for us to know what the barriers and needs are that parties have, and this questionnaire is designed for you to give us that feedback. And now I'll go back to the beginning of my presentation, now that you've seen all of it. So I'll be talking today about minimum energy performance standards and standards and labeling programs generally. And the reason that I think this is close to my heart also is because I work at Lawrence Berkeley Lab, where I would say it's almost one of the birthplaces of the energy efficiency movement. Appliance standards in the United States actually started out with Art Rosenfeld at Lawrence Berkeley Lab, who essentially lobbied the California government for the first appliance standards in the United States in the 1970s during the oil shock. And after that, of course, the US had developed appliance standards, which Berkeley Lab still supports. And my job is to take that work and apply it globally. And so that's what I do at work. So why are standards and labeling among the most effective policies? Here you see a chart from the China market. This is work that we supported in 2020, along with partners such as IGSD and U4E as well. And what you see here is as the policy, as the minimum standard came in 2020, the market transitioned almost completely from fixed speed air conditioners to inverter air conditioners, almost 100% by the end of, I think Q2 of 2021, almost 100% of the market was inverter air conditioners. And also by the end of Q4 of 2021, 56% of the market was actually at the top level of the label. Which effectively means that there is even more appetite for energy efficiency, even though the standards are pretty ambitious. What this also meant is that inverter air conditioners are roughly about 20 to 30% more efficient than fixed speed. Now imagine a market that, of course, is the largest manufacturer of air conditioners, but also consumes about 30% of the world's air conditioners. And that market is now saving 30% in terms of energy savings, right? So that's a very big number. And that happened within 1 year. So that goes to show the effectiveness of this type of policy. Now, of course, that's not the only types of policy. My colleagues here will talk about other types as well. But standards and labeling, I think, is the cornerstone, I would say, in terms of policy options that we have. So why is it so important? I'll give another example. Energy efficiency is one of those things where it could be expensive, or it actually could be very inexpensive. And one way to get to efficiency that's affordable is to get to a scale that actually multiple manufacturers can manufacture equipment at a level of efficiency that is achievable, technologically feasible. So what you see here is a chart from Japan's Top Runner program, where they essentially announced a future target for energy efficiency based on the best available technology that they had at the time. So essentially in 1998, they announced one target for 2004. And then again in 2004, they announced a target for 2010 for room air conditioner efficiency. And as you see, the black line shows that the market actually matched up, right? Moved energy efficiency along with the signal that they were getting, and essentially achieved the best available technology that was there, 8 years ago or 6 years ago. Along with that, what also happened is because they achieved the economies of scale, prices actually went down. So you see the other two lines showing the consumer and producer price indices actually of the air conditioner prices coming down at the same time as the efficiency levels are going up. And this is what happens when you achieve scale. We've seen similar examples from other markets for other appliances, and you can check some of the other publications that we put out, but essentially from multiple markets for multiple appliances, this effect does hold. So if we're able to get to a scale at which multiple countries or multiple large markets are producing these equipment, then potentially we can do energy efficiency at scale and affordably. So how do we get to that scale? So one example, you must have seen me out there doing a poster session with my colleague Brian Hawley over here. And we have what are called model regulation guidelines that are launched by the UNEP, United for Efficiency Initiative. And this is an example of a regional harmonization in ASEAN using the UNEP U4E guidelines, United for Efficiency guidelines for air conditioners. Here we propose essentially a phase one of cooling season performance factor, that's the energy efficiency metric of 3.7, and then matching up to 6.1, which is similar to the minimum standard proposed in the U4E model regulations. Essentially a two-step process in ASEAN. And phase two is proposed to be 2025, and this was endorsed by the ASEAN energy ministers in 2022. You also see the top level of the global best available technology and various other markets to show you where they're lining up both the minimum and the maximum level of recognized by the label. And so it goes to show that, again, here's another large market that's harmonizing using a tool such as the U4E model regulations. And of course, there's other types of such tools that you can use. But essentially, trying to get to scale and trying to get multiple manufacturers, multiple countries to harmonize across energy efficiency levels, it gets you to that scale. So if you look globally, I think one other issue that comes up is actually that multiple countries have different requirements. And here you see an example. So you see on the top left, room air conditioners, again, a patchwork of requirements, mandatory, voluntary, in progress, or in some cases we didn't find data. Similar patchwork for domestic fridges on the top right, and then the bottom you see commercial refrigeration maps. And the point here is that because of this patchwork, it's very hard to get to that scale, to get to harmonized requirements. And even within these countries, while there might be mandatory or voluntary standards or labels, they might have different requirements. And so that's another thing that we need to make sure that we're harmonizing across multiple jurisdictions, including minimum energy performance standards, testing requirements, et cetera, so that the manufacturers and ultimately the consumers have energy efficiency that's cost effective. And so the point I want to make here, final point on that, is that essentially technical assistance and regulatory capacity building to actually implement these types of standards and labeling programs is sorely needed in many Article 5 countries. And as you can see, again, the patchwork shows that. So we wrote a paper in 2021 which actually thinks about if you were to come up with a global governance architecture or harmonization architecture for energy efficiency and alternate refrigerants, what would that look like? So this paper is what we put out, and essentially we thought about it, and we said that before anyone funds energy efficiency at a large scale, as I think the Montreal Protocol and all of you here are contemplating, essentially an evaluation, measurement, and verification strategy is a foundational requirement. Because if you don't have that, if you don't have the regulatory capacity and the testing capacity in place, then potentially you're funding things where you don't actually know what you're getting on the back end. And I think colleagues from CLASP have put out a report on dumping as well, as you've heard. So again, other examples of where we don't have that kind of regulatory capacity. And so if we were to put this type of thing in place, I encourage you all to go check out this publication, which talks about how one designs such a program. And this, I guess, table or figure is from that chart. It actually shows you the complexity of designing a standards and labeling program. You have to establish a legal framework, have an administrative agency that's going to look at this, assemble the stakeholder groups as we talked about earlier, and then decide how to implement the energy efficiency standards. You have to look at, is there a test procedure internationally available, or does that need to be developed? And then you have to have a procedure whereby you're consulting with the stakeholders and then trying to figure out what level of energy efficiency is technically feasible, what level of energy efficiency might be economically justified that consumers can afford. So all of those analyses have to be done. And then after that, you have to have a strategy for enforcing and evaluating the standards program. So all of that and the thinking behind that is necessary. So we've laid that out in that publication as well. So again, I mentioned the U4E model regulation guidelines. We've put out, I think, 3 of these already. So one's for domestic air conditioners, for domestic fridges, and for commercial refrigeration equipment. Out there in the poster session, you'll have seen the ones for off-grid fridges and the ones for fans, which are being launched today. And then upcoming, we have ones for heat pumps and for commercial air conditioners and other products as well coming in 2024 and onward. And my colleague Brian will talk about them again briefly. So just to summarize, minimum energy performance standards and labeling programs are among the most effective energy efficiency policies. For example, the inverter air conditioner transition that happened in China basically in a year. When implemented at scale, standards and labeling programs can lead to increasing innovation. You saw that in Japan, where all of the companies in Japan essentially matched up to the best technology that was there in 6 years' time, and lower prices as well. Then regional harmonization, when you get to the scale, is a useful tool to achieve those economies of scale. And we've done this in multiple regions, so ASEAN and the Southern African Development Community, et cetera. Globally, of course, there's a patchwork still of energy efficiency standards and labeling regulations. So we need to make sure that we're actually harmonizing across the globe on all of these. And then, of course, the technical assistance and capacity building is necessary for energy efficiency and for regulation and testing, along with the refrigerant transition. It's actually quite more complicated than just being able to test one refrigerant, like having a test lab and, for example, mutual recognition agreements between countries, or, for example, low volume consuming countries, you might want to band together with other countries or with a market that is actually where the supply chain, manufacturing country is actually sending you might want to tie up with that country or those countries to actually be able to evaluate the energy efficiency maybe on the export end. And so an evaluation, measurement, and verification strategy is essential and needs to serve as a critical foundation. If there is funding for energy efficiency, that should be among the first thing that gets funded. And then, of course, the U4E model regulation guidelines, I think, are a useful tool in harmonization. And thank you for your attention. So again, if you would take some time and fill out the questionnaire, we would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Neha. And I think fitting really well with one of your slides around the complexity of the governance structure and also addressing our key discussion today around accessibility is Brian, who will take us through around incentive-based schemes. Just how do we go about it and how does that look like in addressing the accessibility challenge of energy-efficient equipment that use climate-friendly refrigerants?
You hear me? All right. So just briefly piggybacking really on what Nihar just talked about, much of our program, United for Efficiency, does both of these activities. So he covered more of the mandatory regulatory side of things, and I want to do a quick dive into incentive-based efforts that we've had underway in some various countries around the world. And this is going to focus, of course, on cooling appliances, but this could apply to lighting, electric motors, and many other programs out there. One of the best motivators for people anywhere we go, regardless of culture, is of course money. As the saying goes, cash is king, and I think Omar captured that quite well this morning. So really buyers are always going to go out there, they're going to look at a store, compare prices, go online perhaps, look at prices, and that's going to be the primary driver for decision making. And future operational costs, as we know, people aren't paying attention to utility bills as it plays into that first purchasing decision. Those future costs are really hard for people to quantify. They're thinking about the immediate future, putting bread on the table, etc. And what does the average family or average small business think if you try to talk with them about refrigerants? They might think they misheard you and you're talking about a refrigerator, but absent some really good communications and training and all of that, that's going to fall very low on the scale of hierarchy of what's important for that purchasing decision. So let's explore a couple of examples on how to tap into incentives to make it natural for consumers to want to opt for that super efficient, climate-friendly refrigerator or air conditioner with a lower total cost of ownership than the typical legacy products that they're normally going to buy. For an excellent summary, I'm not going to go through all the basics here, but we've got a report we put out a couple of years ago with the Basel Agency for Sustainable Energy, and I like this report because it's accessible. I don't have a finance background, and a lot of the finance types documents I try to dive into are so difficult to unwrap, and I think for typical policymakers, this is a great way to start. A couple of pages on each of the topics listed here, possible sources for financing, and some basic considerations. So consider this your entry level into some different options that you may wish to consider. It's not a technical how-to guide, it's really more of a summary overview. And I've highlighted about, what is that, fifth from the top, on-bill and on-wage financing. Those are the practical examples I want to get into next on some real-world applications. So the EcoWAS Refrigerators and Air Conditioners Initiative, or EcoFridges, is a project that we had for a couple of years in Ghana and Senegal. And the Rwanda Cooling Finance Initiative, essentially running over that same period of time. We were really inspired to build off of the great work that Ghana had already done on a refrigerator rebate scheme, and you've probably seen these in other countries like Chile, for example. And we wanted to find a way to have a market-based mechanism. How do you work with local vendors, local banks, and not use too much of a subsidy push, a bit of technical assistance, but with local players that could operate this over the long haul? The Rwanda Cooling Initiative was inspired in part by Rwanda's new national cooling strategy at the time, which called for both new MEPs and labels, which they didn't have, but they're about to have and putting into effect, complemented by these voluntary financial mechanisms. So they saw the need to hit both ends of the market simultaneously. This work's been led by the energy commissions, environment ministries in particular, in all three country cases. So we were there as technical assistants along with the Basel Agency for Sustainable Energy. So the real aim of this kind of work, though, as we heard earlier, you have to get to scale to bring prices down and make these products affordable. And we want to unlock private finance. We can't rely on, of course, grants and philanthropic support indefinitely. That's good to get a program started, provide initial technical assistance, but how do you operate for the long haul? So that was the focus of these efforts. So deeper dive into Ghana, that ended up being the program where we went the furthest, some thousands of products sold through the scheme. And these are really pilot level financial efforts that can be scaled up in the future. So after we had done an in-depth assessment of the marketplace, met with many different stakeholders, we settled on what we ended up calling green on-wage, or GO, financing. And it's the same model we ended up applying in Rwanda. In Senegal, on the other hand, we ended up going with an on-utility bill financing method. So these are essentially loans that can be given out, but how do you repay them? You can either have them off of wage deductions for salaried employees, that's what we did in Ghana and Rwanda, or over time on your electric utility bill in the case of Senegal. Even though salaried employees are just a subset of the marketplace, in Ghana I think the number is around 10 to 12% of the people are public employees of some fashion. It's not the whole marketplace that we're targeting, but it's enough of a demand signal. They're enough of a market pull to help encourage vendors to take a bit of a leap and introduce products that in the past they never introduced into that marketplace. Salaried employees are also nice from a banker's perspective, lower risk of default. You can see their payment history and feel a better sense of confidence. So after rigorous negotiations over many, many months with banks and vendors, the Green on Wage financial mechanism was availed for products that met rigorous energy efficiency and refrigerant GWP and ODP requirements. We ended up producing what we call a positive list, basically the products that made the cut. And it was an interesting dynamic. At first, when we suggested, based on the model regulation guidelines, possible levels, we heard back in the case of Ghana a lot of pushback from the vendors saying that's not possible, we don't sell that. And then lo and behold, one company said, actually, we can source that, we can bring that into the market. And before too long, 4 other vendors had those kinds of products meeting the eligibility requirements coming into Ghana for the very first time. It was originally set up for 0% interest over 12 months. We had essentially pre-negotiated a wholesale discount on products. So there would be few products that were eligible, and those would get a lot of recognition, possibilities to get to economies of scale, but in turn, the manufacturers, the providers, lowered the initial purchase price, and that helped cover the interest rate spread. But these things are tricky. Over the 1-year period from when we had planned this out and launched it, the typical benchmark interest rate in Ghana went from 14% to 28%. It doubled. So you can imagine what that does to the financial outlook and the payback term. So we had to make some adjustment on the tenor period, or how long the loan was paid back. A Green on Wage finance approved product was easy to recognize in the marketplace. We had an endorsement label, and the Energy Commission knew well enough to go out and spot check randomly to make sure there wasn't fraudulent use of that label. We also had a list of eligible sites and products on a central website, so one would know, well, why is that location selling this product? They're not even part of the program. So that helped with oversight. We learned a lot through this pilot scale, and the findings will be applied in a successor project called Agora, which we're going to be rolling out as a scale-up in the case of Ghana and a new undertaking in Nigeria with support from the government of France and in partnership with UNDP. Please see the links that I've got here. On the top, it's the communications campaign, one of the catchy videos that they had put out there to raise awareness. And on the bottom, it's about a 10-minute clip, but I think well worth your while as we hear from different stakeholders locally. What did it mean for you as a vendor? What did it mean for you as a government official or as a client that actually purchased one of these products through the program? I'm pleased to announce today the release of a new report which goes in a lot more depth than I can do right now due to limited time. This has just been released this morning. This code will take you to it. and it will take you in depth through the situation in Ghana, Senegal, and Rwanda, how it was structured, what didn't work, what did work. It wasn't perfect, and there's a lot that we can do better in the future. So this would give you some good insights. Just to give you a couple of very quick examples, one would be, of course, make sure you have multiple vendors participating. You need some competition in the marketplace instead of a monopoly type situation. They have to have adequate stocks early on. We got to a point where they said, well, we're going to get all these products in. Consumers are excited. They're waiting to buy. Oh, the lead time is 6 months. So that it set us back some ways in terms of the actual rollout. Invest heavily in the awareness campaigns. We often heard from consumers, they said, this sounds too good to be true. Is it real? So you've got to have that understood, endorsed by the government, and a lot of ongoing support by the government to truly own this initiative, because these are all competing banks, competing vendors. They don't necessarily trust each other, but if you've got a central interlocutor over a long period of time trusted to run this, like in the case of Energy Commission in Nigeria, Hubert Zan, who's been excellent, has the trust of all the participants. They're not going to look at UNEP or other people helicoptering in from out of the country. They want a local, trusted official they can work with. So just to start wrapping up here, I want to encourage you as you explore these guidelines that Nihar talked about. We've got the 3 existing sets of guidelines and the 2 new ones that we've just released today on off-grid fridges and on ceiling fans. These are great for MEPs, for labels, for incentive programs, and what I've just described, we use these very guidelines to help us get started with the financial mechanisms in Ghana, Senegal, and Rwanda. It's essential that you set really clear and rigorous targets for what products should be eligible, or else the incentives aren't going to help you transform the marketplace. And I hope to see you in the poster session afterwards if you haven't had a chance to talk with us about these guidelines and what they can do for you. Finally, just to point out a few additional tools and guides. I know you have more than enough to read, but if you're particularly interested in the off-grid space, world-class work has been done by the Efficiency for Access Coalition. They were the inspiration and really helped us get off the ground with the off-grid guidelines. So you'll see their products listed in green with some links, and at the bottom a couple of other aspects to help you with market transformation from my program, United for Efficiency. And last but not least, I would say that none of these reports are meant to sit on a shelf. They are practical guides. They're being used by many of you sitting in this room, and if you're not using them yet, come talk to me afterwards and let's see what we can do about that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brian. And keeping in the topic of market transformation, I will have Dr. Stephen Anderson talking about buyers clubs and government public procurement.
I'd like to thank United Nations Environment Program for organizing this workshop. I think that I also owe a debt of gratitude to the other panelists for the materials they're presenting and early this morning. So I hope you'll find my presentation as a complement to all of that. This is the most important message I have for you, is that the Montreal Protocol has the power to improve energy efficiency and eliminate high global warming potential refrigerants in time to protect against climbing tipping points. No other treaty is on track to do that. No other agency is in place to take care of the responsibility of the Montreal Protocol. So the diplomats here at this meeting have the gravest responsibility to future generations, and I think it would be a great disappointment if the Montreal Protocol momentum were lost. And I think that the presentations at this workshop have been very clear that it's not a question of not knowing how, it's a question of whether or not people will take the advice and move forward with fast action. My presentation's primarily about buyers clubs, but it ties into what other people have said at the workshop. The Buyers Club principle is very simple. The idea is it lowers the price, what's called affordability in this workshop. It increases the environmental performance, that's the energy efficiency of the equipment, and it does this by bulk purchase, by combining the market for the purchase, and then for streamlining distribution and distillation. So you get a lower price on the basic equipment, you get a lower price on the installation, and you have better quality control because the installation is at the scale that other people have described that's important for affordability. These buyers clubs can have a variety of designs. They can purchase and install the equipment, or they could purchase the equipment and make it available through dealers. So it's a flexible mechanism that can work in a great many circumstances. And you'll see at the end of my presentation that we have the idea of creating the scale with some public organizations and then have the private organizations hitchhike on those prices that are negotiated for better affordability of the high performance products. It's very important that this could include supervised installation because you heard this morning in the question from Nigeria and others that it's difficult to install properly the equipment because it can take extra time for evacuating the system, proper charging, leak checking, and so forth. If you install a lot of air conditioners in the same local area, there's no time waiting because the technicians have moved on to another task. And then the final point here is the multilateral fund implementing agencies can use buyers clubs for things like the purchase of a tool set for the refrigeration technicians. So if you buy the equipment in bulk for all of the implementing agencies for distribution worldwide, you'll get higher performance equipment at a lower price. And that's exactly what everyone's looking for. It also is true that this is a proven technology. 2017, 6 years ago, the government of India, Ajay Matar, and so with my assistance, decided it'd be interesting to demonstrate a buyer's club. So 100,000 room air conditioners were purchased with high performance standards and with standards for warranty and installation. And they enjoyed a better than 20% improvement in energy efficiency and a better than 30% discount in price. So there's no doubt that this works. India was the innovator. I wanted also to show you what I call the indicative opportunities in Brazil, and you can talk to Sueli Carvalho when you get a chance to, but you can see there's some typographical errors here. I apologize to that. What it's supposed to say is that our room air conditioners are responsible for 15% of Brazilian residential electricity consumption, and that 200 inhabitants with increased income are living in hot and humid climates that are being made hotter by climate change. So Brazil is like many other countries described this morning. It's a large population in a hot location with heat waves and droughts and plenty of reasons that the AC demand is increasing. When the AC demand increases, it's polluting, it contributes to higher energy efficiency rates, and it forces you into desperate measures for new technology that may be a wrong choice, like a fossil fuel power plant. I know this is hard to read, and I'd urge you to take a close look when the slides are on the web. This is the idea that we've had of creating a public investment where the project would install superior air conditioners in public buildings, and that would create the economy of scale that would allow that to be replicated. It would also create the economy of scale in installation to demonstrate that when you replace appliances in bulk, that you could recover the refrigerant, destroy it in a local cement kiln, and move on to the higher efficiency equipment. If you look at these numbers, in the case of health institutions, there's 445,000 opportunities for room air conditioning. So this would be a good Montreal Protocol public project. In the case of banks, there are 21,000 that are susceptible. Many of you know that in Morocco, we have a project with Bank of Africa that's identified a huge opportunity for energy efficiency in that hot climate. And bankers are a very good partner because they're very good at making the case to their customers that the money they saved in their own facility could be saved in the facilities of their customers, including residential. 31,000 hotel rooms, 6,300 convenience stores, 9,000 fast food restaurants, and 63,000 bake shops. So it would be very easy to organize a bulk purchase for any of these sectors alone. And also you could organize these for several sectors at the same time. Then you could be buying the highest performance air conditioners with the lowest GWP refrigerants, and also ensure that they're installed correctly and that you've left behind a service plan that will maintain that energy efficiency over time. These are the quantities of refrigerant that are available in these projects in Brazil, organized by the year of the project. So the project is exactly as I described. You remove the inefficient air conditioning with the obsolete refrigerant, and you destroy that refrigerant in a local cement kiln. So in 2022, it's 2,523 metric tons. By 2033, it's 40,087 metric tons estimated. These are large values multiplied by GWP. They're well worth it. And if you're concerned about PFAS or TFA, each of these destructions would take care of that problem as well. So it's going back in a bulk purchase. It's using economy of scale. It's using trained technicians, and it's getting the job done. This is a circular diagram I put together to show you that there's an interconnect system here. That what we're recommending is a buyer's club in the center, because that gives you the access and the affordability, but you have to have other things. You have to have a metric, like was described in the presentation for the labeling and the minimum energy performance, that tells you what the carbon is, so that you're pursuing the total carbon over the life cycle of the product. Not hard to do, been done, just duplicate it. And then the next thing you need, of course, is to finance the energy efficiency. Even a project that saves people money needs capacity building, organizing. It needs the people that are trained in negotiation to argue for the best possible price. You don't want to send any team in to argue against a large corporation for a good price. You want to send the best team in. Probably an international team that's done this before. They've already negotiated a price, so they know what the minimum price they can get so far, and they can ask for more. There's a tremendous opportunity, and you have to have that proper installation. If you examine air conditioners while you're here in Kenya or any other location, you'll find that they're mounted too close to the buildings. They're supposed to be 6 or 8 inches from the building. If they're 2 or 3 or 4 inches, it can double the cost of energy. So you still have the label as energy efficient, but it's not working. So that's my last slide. The fast action with the buyers clubs are easy. I'd urge you to look at on the portal of UNEP. All the backup slides are there. I'd urge you to look at the International Energy Agency slides from this morning and from Ray Gluckman, because they're a tremendous compliment. I know that this can be done, and it would make a tremendous difference to the future of the Earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. And finally, Andrea, who will be speaking about cooling as a service.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. I'm aware this is a very difficult slot. It's the slot after lunch, and I'm the last presentation, so I'll do my best to keep you awake. And I'll just very briefly, we have a massive challenge ahead of us. We all know that population is growing, and we need to decouple the emissions from this growth. This one I think is important to keep in mind, and it comes back to what was said this morning by the IEA. We really need to make step change. We need much more renewables in the grid, and we need to be much more energy efficient. So this is where frameworks come into place, which I think are very relevant for this audience here, because here we talk about energy efficiency, we talk about global warming potential and refrigerants, but we hardly ever put it together under one umbrella, and that umbrella that is really being used increasingly is just decarbonization certified or approved by third parties. And Science Based Targets Initiative is one of those third-party bodies, if I can say so, who look at the commitments that are being made by companies in terms of how they want to decarbonize. So you would have a lot of companies under the science-based targets. Today, I think it's around 3,000 already, who made commitments to decarbonize their own operations and also to decarbonize their value chain. And that's where then cooling, of course, also plays an important role. That's where the energy consumption comes into play, the energy efficiency, the type of energy that we are using, the global warming potential of refrigerants. All of this comes together in the Greenhouse Gas Protocol, which is the basis for those commitments. There are many different ways, obviously, how these decarbonization goals can be achieved, and when companies commit, each company has obviously its own trajectory on how to achieve that, but broadly speaking, you can very often find these three pillars. The first one being energy efficiency, so using less energy. The second one is recovering energy. For example, heat recovery. If we take cooling applications, then recovering the waste heat from cooling. And we saw that this morning also in Omar's slide. And then, of course, sourcing renewable energies. If we bring those three together, we have really major levers to decarbonize. This is just one example how a company can put this into practice. I picked my own because I have the numbers. So just to show how you can reduce heating, for example, the emissions related to heating by, first of all, increasing the energy efficiency, and that can be very simple measures like temperature settings, for example, or controls. Reusing the waste heat, in this case, for example, from a data center, cooling, among others, and then sourcing green energy. And then, of course, the same goes for power savings, reducing the electricity that you consume, and then making sure the electricity is green. This is one example, but it's something which can be applied quite broadly and across the board. I saw, for example, food and beverage manufacturers applying exactly those examples as well. So it's something which is across the board and which is very close to the sector here, to the heating and cooling sector, actually. So I would like to zoom in a little bit on the supermarkets. Why? Because supermarkets, if I'm just looking back at the experiences from Europe when the last F-gas regulation entered into force, now we've got a new one, but when the last one entered into force, the supermarket sector was probably the one sector which reacted very fast. And as we all know, it's also a sector where we have a lot of high global warming potential refrigerants that are being used, 404A being the predominant one. So acting in supermarkets, on supermarket sector, can make a major impact and can also show the way to other sectors, obviously. Supermarkets in themselves use quite a lot of electricity, and I think, as everybody here in the room knows, the refrigeration and air conditioning equipment, the heating and cooling, is a large share of that. So what can we do in supermarkets to really reduce those emissions? And again, there are a lot of supermarket chains who have committed to science-based targets, who have committed to reduce their own emissions and to decarbonize. So how can they do that, and how can they show the way? They can do it by switching to low GWP refrigerants. In this example here, this is Smart Store in Denmark. It's on our campus, and it's coupled with an application development center to really help supermarkets develop the lowest emission solutions. So in this case here, it's using state-of-the-art technology in terms of CO2 as a refrigerant, and also heat recovery. And by combining those different measures, of course also then with renewable energy sourcing, with controls, etc., a lot can be achieved on the way to net zero or on the way to emission reduction for supermarkets. So the technology is obviously ready, so why isn't it being deployed much more broadly? Even though those commitments are being made, etc., we really, it's very slowly off-taking, too slowly. And if we look at it, we see those three major hurdles. One being a technical hurdle, not in the sense of the availability of technology, but more in the sense of a lack of skills, very often, and also of interdisciplinary expertise of the installers working on those installations, because it's getting more complex. Obviously, there is much more digital involved, etc. So there is a whole need to upskill as well and make sure that we have the people who can work on it. And I think that came across this morning also a lot. Then the political hurdles, it's getting increasingly complex. There are many different frameworks. If I'm thinking Europe, there's the F-gas regulation, there are eco-design requirements, there is public procurement, etc., etc. So there are a lot of different frameworks that enter into play, energy efficiency directive, renewables, and so on and so forth. And that's an example from Europe, but it's true for any region in the world, that there are different frameworks and those that are overlapping very often, and where it can become really a challenge for an end user who has to cope with all of that. And then probably the most important one are the financial hurdles, because the more energy efficient we get and the more state-of-the-art we get, the more expensive it gets as well. And that's something we heard also from the previous speaker. It can be a real barrier that there is a higher upfront investment. So how can this be overcome? And one solution, and I think Brian also touched upon it a little bit in his presentation, is energy as a service. So energy as a service to help overcome those hurdles and to accelerate the deployment of really highly efficient, low-emission technology. And just to give an example here, so what does this achieve? So if I'm a supermarket, and we apply that in this supermarket in Denmark on our campus as an example. So there is a contract which is made between the supermarket and the provider, in this case Aneo. And this service, energy as a service, guarantees a certain energy consumption and a cost associated. Aneo is handling it all. They handle everything from the installation, the maintenance, the control, the service. Everything is being done, so the supermarket can simply concentrate on the supermarket's business, which is selling groceries, obviously. And so it overcomes the hurdle of investing, first of all, in highly efficient equipment, of the higher investment cost for that equipment, and shifts the whole focus from this investment cost towards the operational cost, where there is then this guarantee with continuous monitoring and coordination that the energy cost is not going to explode, but that it is going to remain at a very level field. So it's really a win-win, which saves energy, which saves costs, which saves emissions, and which at the end of the day is a benefit for the supermarket itself. So in such a service, there is this coordination which is being done, and then from A to Z, from the projection and the modeling, the monitoring, the operation, the financing of the equipment, the guarantee of the performance, and if the supermarket wishes, the cost, all of this is packaged, if you like. And so that, for the supermarket, then there is no risk involved. They simply go for this, they take the package, and they move forward. And it's a model which I think can help overcome a lot of barriers and a lot of slowdown in the deployment of such energy efficient, low global warming potential equipment. So as I was saying, if we look at the benefits for the supermarkets, it's really a shift from investment towards operations. It's best-in-class technology to decarbonize. If they made commitments, this is going to help them to achieve their commitments. It keeps the energy bills under control, and it helps the user to focus on their business and not to worry about complex legislation, about a lack of skills or anything whatsoever. For the manufacturer making available the equipment, etc., it allows a very close customer relationship, because there is a continuous exchange of information and of data, a better understanding also how the supermarket is working, and then also a change, for example, towards circular business models and a continuous service and maintenance. For a bank, it's recurring revenues because of the recurring leasing rate. It's also data, which is of course always a problem, as we heard also in many different presentations today. So getting more access on data is of course also an advantage. And then also access to decarbonization technologies. And finally, for governments, it's the benefits of safety and health. If we have a good cold chain in place, it supports the refrigerant and the energy transition and the optimization of infrastructure. So it's really a win-win if we put such service-based models in place to support the uptake of energy efficient and low global warming potential equipment. And a little advertising spot, if you want to learn more about supermarkets and what they can do, and also about legislation which is very relevant to the supermarkets in terms of new F-gas regulation in Europe and of what the US is doing in terms of refrigerant legislation, then join our workshop on the 24th at lunch. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Andrea. And in just sort of easing us into the Q&A session, I'll begin with one question to the panel. And from one of the slides from Andrea's slide was just saying the technology is ready, which is just reiterating a lot of what we've had, that so we know the solutions, but the challenge, however, is the implementation. And so my question here is, what are the institutional gaps that are prohibiting the adoption of minimum energy performance standards, and therefore what are the solutions or opportunities to address those barriers?
So I presume the question is to me. Part of, I think, when I showed the patchwork of regulations, I think one of the issues is that countries have different requirements, different testing standards, or they don't have the regulatory capacity, or they might need some financing or technical assistance to actually set up. They might not have a test lab. So checking on all of those things first to make sure that they have those. And then after that, I think it's also a question of an awareness on the consumer side. So a lot of these are gaps that I think when we are able to address them, each of them, then overall I think we are able to raise the minimum standards. Secondly, I think there's another gap which can show up with respect to technology availability. So sometimes what can happen is, let's say some of the manufacturing countries might have a technology, or maybe they have a very large global manufacturer, but let's say a small country has a small manufacturer that doesn't have the technology or capacity. So sometimes those folks and even the regulators in those countries might have difficulty. And so one of the things that we might need to do is have some mechanism for tech transfer, or some ability for manufacturers to even, let's say it may not be the best available technology, but some level of energy efficient technology that's available more widely. So there's some amount of technical transfer might also be necessary for companies to be able to move their energy efficiency level higher, and then of course for regulators to follow on from there. Thanks.
Else from the panel who would like to take that question?
I think one point which is also important with MEPS and energy efficient equipment is the enforcement afterwards. And I think that's a major gap, at least if I'm speaking for Europe, but I think it's also elsewhere in the world, is to make sure that if manufacturers say that their equipment corresponds to certain minimum efficiency standards, that this is actually true. So I think there is a lot that can be done as well to level the playing field and to increase the trust also in such performance standards.
Thanks, Andrea. And I think it's this really interesting chicken-egg situation where you need to enforce, but feeding into what Neha was talking about, if there's no infrastructure, the testing infrastructure, when the products come into the market, then how are you going to enforce it? So that it needs to be this holistic approach to MVNE. And I think, so to kick us off, opening the plenary to questions, and I can see we have a question from Kuwait.
Thank you very much, and I would like to thank all the presenters here, and I will make my question very short, as it was a very interesting session that captured a lot of my things. So I have 3 questions for each of the presentations here. For Nihar, you are talking about the cooling and energy efficiency, and this jurisdiction is controlled by other colleague which is working in the Ministry of Energy or Power or Climate Change. And this is a very, very bad interaction between us and them, because their priority is different than our priorities. And we have to understand that the MIPS is not only a MIPS for air condition because of the sake of your Montreal Protocol issue. We have prioritizing this issue. So how we can look to this element, and why Montreal Protocol have to carry the MIPS from these guys and bring it up here. The second thing, you talk about the inverter technologies, and in inverter technology, you have to be very sure that if you don't have a seasonal temperature on a day, this inverter is something that you put, you will never use it, but you pay extra money. The second question is for Brian. Brian, recycling product is a negotiation in Montreal Protocol for this one, but this is also engaging in another treaty, and we as a Montreal Protocol and zone officer, we don't like these approaches, because this will complicate our work, our success story within this frame. So we have to be very cautious when we, so how you think that we can manage this one? The second question for you, Brian, climate-friendly products, when it can be a climate, because I don't like these terminologies, which is open. We have in Montreal in 2007, Anderson knows, that we have environmentally sound alternatives. Until today, for the last 20 years, I don't know what's that. Because if you say climate-friendly product, it's 32, 290, or 134A with high energy efficiency. So we have to have a clarification of what this terminology or labeling on this equipment. Anderson, for Buyer Club, I think this is a nice idea, but generally it have to be connected with a process system, because technology is moving very fast. So if you buy a bulk without an intention to upgrade your standard and MIPS for the second stage, you have to be very careful that you buy a bulky and then the technology advanced, what you will do with this bulk buyer and how you deal with that one. Thank you very much, and sorry for all these questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I can see India, and then the speakers can respond.
Thank you, Madam Facilitator. I would like to thank the panelists and for the presentation. My first question is to Mr. Niharsa. How does the energy efficiency governance proposed compare to the existing frameworks in countries, especially those relating to a star leveling program and MEPS? So we would like to understand whether are standards harmonized across countries to facilitate comparison? Secondly, we would like to have more understanding on the measurement of energy efficiency gains, particularly during refrigerant transition, especially in the air conditioning as well as the refrigeration sectors. My next question is to Mr. Brun. You mentioned various incentive schemes. We would like to understand on the operationalization of such schemes and how to assess the impact of such incentives with respect to energy efficiency gains. Secondly, you talked about guidelines relating to MEPS, star leveling, etc. Are these country specific or would be applicable commonly across countries? Thank you.
Thank you. I think Neha, we can begin with you.
So thank you to the distinguished delegates from Kuwait and India. I'll make a few points. So first on the, I think you talked about the jurisdictional difference, and I don't think we're proposing necessarily that the Montreal Protocol take on the whole jurisdictional issue of minimum standards and things that are usually under Energy Ministry, but rather that there's a conversation between the multiple ministries. And I would say that the industry really needs that because the industry is where both they're facing the regulations from the energy side and they're potentially needing to meet those regulations with funding from the Montreal Protocol on the refrigerant side. So I think some of that happens by default because the industry needs that. But I think in countries where there isn't regulatory capacity or it isn't sufficiently built up, that's where we need to have a discussion about how does this come about. And I think there's also some discussion about twinning workshops and so on. I think there was one a few years ago. So how do we have a conversation about building regulatory capacity where there isn't that? And then I think your point about seasonal energy efficiency is very well made, and absolutely, I think I agree. Countries, in order to actually adopt that inverter technology, that was actually the first step in the China chart that I showed. Actually, the first step was adoption of a seasonal metric, and then after that was the minimum standard. To the question from India, I think you had a question about, just let me double check my notes here. Yeah, so I think, first of all, in terms of kind of matching up between different countries, the harmonization, we're not suggesting the paper that I showed actually is more for countries that don't have any kind of regulatory capacity or that are starting to think about it from scratch. In countries like India and countries like Japan or the US, or even for China for that matter, many countries have some kind of regulatory capacity. What we showed was a roadmap for what are the typical elements if one thinks about setting up a regulatory standards program, what would that look like? And obviously India's Bureau of Energy Efficiency has done great work on this. China's National Institute of Standardization, other bodies as well. So the template is there. And part of what we're trying to do with our partners United for Efficiency is to replicate, kind of create a bare bones version of that so that people can plug and play. But the best practices are already out there and multiple countries have done that. And we're not suggesting that you do something different. We're suggesting you do more of what you're already doing. So thank you for the question.
Thanks, Neha. Brian, I think a couple of questions.
Sure. So first off on the, just an overview on the projects themselves. None of them are MLF funded. This is donor funding that had come in. I don't think that changes the question, but just to say this wasn't through MLF resources that we pursued it. On the question of recycling, that was something, if you go into the brand new report, you'll see that we didn't succeed with. It proved to be quite a challenge. There was examples from Ghana where in the past in their previous program, they had a rebate structured and they were able to collect quite a few fridges. And then there's the challenge of, well, you've collected them. What do? You've got thieves showing up, pulling compressors out and valuable equipment to recycle it. You really have to have heavy resources and enough throughput to have the financials work out, and then what do you do with the refrigerants? Well, they're often stored in tanks. There was a program in Ghana, we didn't run this, but it tapped into carbon market finance to use it to have certified destruction of refrigerants. We'll see how scalable that is beyond that case, but that's one we haven't really resolved in the case of this project. Again, at a pilot scale, but not large enough volumes to get the recycling aspect sorted. So it's a good one for us to keep working toward. On climate friendly, I'd say it's kind of like the question of energy efficiency. Well, that varies a bit by market. When we looked at the eligibility criteria for Ghana, Senegal, Rwanda, those were independent assessments in each market. You see what the market can bear. That being said, we've got enough background information from our supporting information documents to know what products are being sold in similar climate zones elsewhere in the world. It doesn't mean the price points make sense. It doesn't mean that that product is necessarily directly applicable. But we're able to have an informed discussion with local vendors as we look at the market data that's come in and looking at other international markets. So like in the case of Ghana, they were able to import products that initially were claimed never could be sold there, and lo and behold, they're being sold there. So yes, perhaps climate friendly is a bad short form term. I'll take that on board, and if we've got a better one, happy to hear it. As far as how to assess impact, one of the things we've done in the financial mechanisms is set up a software database managed by the governments They're able to track product sales. This is sensitive business information, so it has to be secure. And you can get a sense of how many products have been sold, how much energy has been saved, and you can look at various co-benefits and peg that relative to the amount of investment that went in to start and operate the program. Often you're going to have some sort of fee or recovery mechanism where participants are paying to play. You might have to assess a small charge on each product sold to help the program self-sustain. But of course, all this has to be constantly monitored and reassessed and revised based on where things are not going so well. And then finally, on energy efficiency, I think if I heard the question correctly, in the guidelines, we have differentiations by climate zone in the case of, say, air conditioners. And one of the qualifications we put in the forward section is that these are not what you pick up and just adopt into national programs, but rather view this as a good starting point, give you a sense of what could you strive toward, and you adapt that for the market. The last slide I had shows a good way to look at doing impact assessments based on local market conditions, and that can help step you through the process of how to make sure you're not setting something that's going to make prices jump, drive down availability, or be too unambitious, which would also be a problem. Thank you.
There's one question around buyers clubs. Dr. Anderson.
Those were excellent answers by my colleagues. I would only add that the TEEP Energy Efficiency Task Force reports, which have been published over the last several years, are an extraordinary source of answers to almost any question, and they're very well organized, and they're backed by a lot of research and case studies. So I think any question you had has already been answered, and that there's nothing else you need to know to proceed with energy efficiency. And companies like Danfoss and countries like India with its Climate Action Plan and many other places around the world have already demonstrated that you can accomplish all of your ambitions as were described this morning, cutting the energy in half, cleaning the air, diminishing the amount of money you waste on new power plants. It's an absolute good idea.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. So we have a question from the United Kingdom and Bahrain.
Hi, thanks for giving me the floor. My question is on the United for Efficiency Eco-Fridges initiative in Ghana. Thanks for talking us through this initiative. It was really interesting to learn about the various financing projects that are accelerating the adoption of energy-efficient appliances. You mentioned that consumers at times felt the Eco-Fridges scheme was too good to be true. How do you plan to overcome these barriers to consumer confidence in the initiative moving forwards? Thank you.
Bahrain.
Thank you very much. Let me first thank all panelists for excellent presentation and the exchange their thoughts with us about this. And I have a direct question to all panelists about their views on energy efficient components such as compressor, heat exchanger, or expansion valves. Also, the price levels in the future, let us say within 3 years or so. Thank you very much.
I'm not entirely sure. I understood the beginning of your point, but not the end. Can you just say the last sentence again? Hassan, please.
Yes. First, I ask about the thoughts about energy efficiency components. I give some examples. Then I talk about the price levels of these in the future within 3 years, let us say.
Shall I answer? Okay, thank you. Yeah, so a company like ourselves and for our competitors, it's exactly the same. Of course, we provide components to an OEM. So So if you look at the market and at the uptake and the scaling up on the market, if this is achieved and if more and more of higher energy efficient equipment is going to be sold, then of course this has also an impact on a component manufacturer, because then of course you would have those economies of scale also at the level of the components that are being used. But the challenges are exactly the same. And of course, you would always look at what is it that your customer is working upon. So if our customer is working on a highly efficient air conditioning unit, for example, or a highly efficient chiller, then we would always work together with the customer to help the customer to achieve those requirements with our components. And I think that mechanism is exactly the same for all the manufacturers in this field. It's really looking at the market. What is the uptake in the market of the equipment? How fast is the uptake? What is it that the OEM, for example, needs? And then working together with the OEM in order to support whatever needs to be achieved. So that's when it is based on a component like, I don't know, like a compressor, for example, which is provided for a chiller, for example. Then you would also have the link from a more systems-based approach. I was giving the example earlier on the heat recovery, for example, from refrigeration installations, where you would recover the heat. So there, the pull would also come from the end user, because the end user maybe has made a commitment to reduce emissions, and so recovering the heat is a way of reducing the emissions. So in that sense, the pull would more come from the user, from the market, rather than from the OEM himself. So there are different models, if you like. Or you can take it even further. If you look at a district cooling or at a district heating network, then there the pull can even come from a city. If a city takes the decision, okay, we will be carbon neutral by, I don't know, by 2040, then the city needs to put in place the measures in order to achieve that carbon neutrality. So heating, for example, or cooling, can be a very important, or is always a very important component of that equation. So then the city would say, okay, what am I going to do to decarbonize my heating or my cooling? I'm going to put in place a district energy network. I'm going to use heat pumps, a combination of both possibly. So then the pull would even come one step further in that case from the city. So there is always a trigger point that kind of triggers the uptake of more efficient equipment and of more efficient component. And then as a manufacturer, you react to that, obviously. And you also try to, on the other side, you also try to push the market into that direction to the extent possible. If you see that certain solutions have a major impact on emission reduction. That's why I was saying in my presentation, it's very much the decarbonization umbrella that is going to drive that. So the decarbonization umbrella, the commitments that are made by governments or by companies or by cities to really decarbonize. And then starting from there, it trickles down through the whole value chain, little by little.
Thank you, Andrea. Neha wants to respond to that, and I know, Brian, you also have a question to respond to.
Yeah, thank you to the delegate from Bahrain for the question. I think I'll have two responses. One is the chart I showed about innovation, and really providing the long-term signal in terms of energy efficiency does have an impact in terms of prices and costs, both for equipment overall, systems equipment, and then also for components. But to some degree, that can be limited in the long run because it can be based on material or commodity costs. And so one other suggestion that I have for folks also is, as you're thinking about the circular economy for refrigerants, I think it would also be useful to think about the circular economy for components, because I think that is another way potentially to reduce costs and also bring costs down. So as we're thinking about all of these things holistically, let's think about circular economy as well. Thank you.
But if I can just say on the circularity, when you dig deeper, because for our company, for example, circularity is one lever in terms of decarbonization. But when it's like anything, when you dig deeper into that and you look at the business models which are not necessarily there yet for circularity, it typically pushes the price up. So then you have a hard time to really put this into practice. So there is a lot that still can be done there. And that's also where service-based business models can help.
Quickly coming back to the UK, thank you for your question. How do we deal with the lack of trust or thinking it sounds too good to be true? People trust their peers, and the best thing we can do is often going to be a video interview, get people out for live discussions who's benefited from a program. However, people are often shy if they've taken a loan, right? That's a matter of pride and that sort of thing. So interestingly, on our survey, we couldn't get many people to respond personally to say, yeah, I benefited from the financial mechanism. They didn't want to have that sort of officially submitted. But what you will get is word of mouth, family members. Children will give their parents their old refrigerator as they get a new one. Now, there is a desire to get some of the real old products, of course, out of the market, which, again, is a bit of a difficult process. But that word of mouth is essential. So if we do a program, say, like with the on-wage financing, a lot of these salaried employees know each other. They're working in the same institutions. They talk with each other. Well-trained sales staff at the store locations. They need to know how to answer the questions and give clear answers on how the program works, why it exists. They shouldn't be fumbling through that. You can also tie it to existing government programs which are well known. In the case of Ghana, okay, you've got this nice new flashy endorsement label, but that's also tied to the existing energy label, which is on the fridge with its 3, 4, 5 stars on there, which consumers already know and recognize. And then the last thing is we do things on outreach side with influencers on social media. Some of this depends on the age group and demographic, but lots of communications and good information and keeping at it. It's not a one-off thing for the launch event. Keep it going over the course of the program periodically. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. So a lot of awareness raising just to encourage that behavioral change. And so we have one more question I can see from, okay, we have 2 more questions. The European Union, and then we have an observer seat, 5276828. But we can start with the European Union.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We have a question for Brian. Actually, in the beginning of the slide, you showed many different types of incentive-based systems, and we were a bit wondering, if you go into a certain country and you want to engage with stakeholders, what are your key stakeholders? And I wonder, is it the government? Is it consumers organizations? Is it maybe the financial sector in that country? And also thinking about the long-term effect of the project. I mean, can it continue to operate? Can people see commercial purpose in it after the project ends? So in that way, I would guess that getting your local financial and service providers interested in these kinds of things is of importance. So how do you see that, and what are the typical guidelines you could give there? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it's a long list. First and foremost, I start with governments because they've got to, in almost all of these examples, not every one of them, really own this at least to some degree. And that's often complicated with elections and other things, which the new group comes in, they don't want to own what the last one did. But nevertheless, the government has the staying power, and people know they're not in it for financial interest. It's got to be a range of competing companies for the products that you're dealing with, because we often have these kind of, say, amateur assumptions going into a new market against the real challenges that they face. It may be on installation, the complexity of that, workforce challenges, how constrained the market is. A lot of the borders are porous. They've got competing products being dumped across the border uncontrolled, used products flooding into the marketplace. So talking with a range of different vendors is going to be critical. Consumer associations, they're looking out for the good of buyers, and you can do surveys with people to get a sense. But it's always going to be your end user, end beneficiary. You've got to have some representative sample there. The vendors that are going to supply the equipment. Standards organizations often going to be very important. Who else? On the importation side, making sure the people that are working the ports and all that know what to look for. That's more on the regulatory end of things, but you've got to have enforcement even for voluntary programs. And then in terms of others that you can engage, utility companies. In the case of Senegal, it was Senelec, National Utility Company. A lot of times solid energy efficiency programs are going to be part of demand-side management type programs. So the list is much longer than that, but that's a snapshot. So quite a few stakeholder consultations, not a one-off meeting. People need to be heard. They need to know who to reach out to and have time to meaningfully contribute to the program. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. On to the observer who has the mic on. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Shikha. I'm here on behalf of the UNEP Cool Coalition. Thank you for all of the presentations this afternoon. And I have a couple of questions for Dr. Anderson, actually, about the Buyers Club. Could you speak a little bit more to the challenges and barriers of implementing a Buyers Club? Particularly, I mean, I can imagine that it's hard enough to aggregate the demand, but what are the challenges in then disaggregating the supply to get the service, you know, to this so-called aggregated demand that you create? And secondly, for this Buyers Club to take off, there's of course, you know, a lower price that is being offered because of the scales, economies of scales. But is there still a need for any kind of public or philanthropic financing needed to take this off? Thank you.
Thank you. I think you can go ahead, Dr. Anderson. It was about the Buyers Clubs.
I think that's a complicated question, and I'd like to answer it offline, but one thing I'd like to add to what was said, and you looked carefully at Andrea's slides, you would have seen the supermarket slide, which included the idea of integrating the loads and thinking more broadly. And so one of the things when you get a company, a great company, making their own reductions in carbon and then offering those same products into the market is that you get a lot better engineering and a lot better sociology and consumer contact and so forth. And one thing I've noticed that's very positive right now for Buyers Club and Stop Dumping is that the large companies are starting to reach out to the Article 5 countries and asking what the problems are, and then asking at the meetings to find out what are the problems of the companies in supplying this market. Why is it that many countries don't have access to the best technology? So there's really a meeting of the minds that's driven by the Montreal Protocol interest in energy efficiency. It's empowered by the companies providing that new technology, but it's really this conversation that allows the companies to better appreciate that these customers in Article 5 countries are desperate for the superior technology. They don't want to be punished with high electric prices, and they want to be part of the next technology and not the last one.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Anderson. I cannot see any further questions from the floor, and we are about 7 minutes to the top of the hour. And so I will invite the panel to about 1.5 minutes of closing remarks before I close it up with takeaways. And maybe we can begin with you, Dr. Anderson.
My final comment is please do your jobs this week. You've got a lot on your agenda. Energy efficiency is top of the list, along with replenishment, and I'm hoping for the best.
I think that's certainly something we would all subscribe to. No, from my perspective, I think we have an extraordinary opportunity here, specifically in this forum, to work on energy efficiency and on refrigerants in order to achieve broader decarbonization targets. I think it's important to not just limit the discussion on MEPS per se, because there is much more to energy efficiency than only the MEPS. They are important, there is absolutely no doubt, but they need to be seen in a broader perspective, in a system perspective, in an energy system perspective, and from a broader decarbonization angle. If we can manage this in this forum here, I think we have a tremendous opportunity.
So I would leave you with the notion that a lot of these projects, for them to succeed, need years. And a lot of times donors aren't patient. They want stuff done in a year, 2 years, and it just never cuts it. Ghana, we were able to hit the ground running because of how much they've already done, which is tremendous. If you've got a cold start somewhere on these kinds of projects and you don't invest enough time and money, one of the complaints we had, and you'll see a lot of self-reflection in this report, we didn't do everything right, for sure, and communications was underfunded. So this isn't a pitch for United for Efficiency to get more funds. It's a pitch for you as you get approached to pursue projects. Don't take these fly-by-night, 6 months, we'll have this ready for you. It takes a lot of training, capacity building, sticking to it, or else the impacts of the project won't last. So patience, good investment, take the time it needs. 3+ years in almost every case for financial mechanisms if you have nothing preceding that and you're starting out fresh. Thank you.
So I had the good fortune of serving on the technical review committee of the Global Cooling Prize. That was leadership by India's Department of Science and Technology, where I think Omar mentioned this in the morning, that it's been proven that there's technology that's 5 times lower climate impact than the current baseline technology. So the technology exists. Now the question is, how do you get it out? And part of our estimate was that the equipment costed roughly twice the baseline cost. But actually, if you look at the total bill over the lifetime of the equipment, the total cost of ownership is actually half the cost. So the best equipment that currently exists, I'll underline this, the total cost of ownership is half the cost of the baseline. That is a huge opportunity that the world is missing if we don't get the financing lined up to actually take advantage of it. So we need financing that's actually going to be able to take advantage of the total cost of ownership. So I hope that underlines the opportunity for you. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And so I'll give a couple of the key takeaways that just bring together some of the discussions and the questions that have been asked. I think first point is the need for collaboration, and fits really well with the questions that were being asked, that you have the energy ministries, you have the environmental ministries, you have the ozone units, and everybody has a responsibility, but then that how we're going to get over this mountain is that it's going to be the need for shared responsibility and collaboration. Second point, fitting into what Nihar was talking about, that energy efficiency is achievable and especially affordability at economies of scale, through economies of scale. And in thinking about regional urbanization, this new approach where we are just dealing with the issues around that we see around like porous borders, different like countries having different regulations, that there is opportunity in regional urbanization. But then that also there is need for infrastructure to support that regional harmonization of regulations. The other point that I thought was really interesting is this acknowledgement of the complexity of this discussion. It's that it's, and fits really well with what also Andrea was saying, that we acknowledge that it fits in the climate discussion, the decarbonization, sustainability, quality of life. And so that we cannot look at this whole topic through one lens. And so we need to acknowledge the complexity and also just sit in that complexity and begin to figure out how do we address this wholesomely. And finally, the inclusion of local stakeholders for solutions. So contextualization, that every country, every setup is different. And so there's a need for contextualization, the engagement of local stakeholders, and the patience also as you're engaging in the different context is vital in just advancing the whole discussion around the various policy options that are available. And so to wrap it up, I think is again to reiterate what Dr. Anderson said, that the part of the information note is really cool, the really informative set of 15 case studies, just detailing what is happening, the opportunities and the solutions that are available, what are the lessons that have been learned across different parties, and therefore that there is again, the solutions are available, but then that there is more that can be done, and how we can get to do more of this in transforming the market. And with that, I think I say thank you to the panel, thank you to the floor for your engagement. And yes, I think we have a coffee session at the foyer before we come in for the fourth session.
Thank you to our facilitator.
Thank you.
For 30 minutes coffee break, still in the same place, and it's your last chance to view and discuss some of the posters, 8 case studies that we presented. Thank you. Dear participants, now we'll start session 4 on enabling policies for an integrated approach. If you could please take your seat. And this session will be moderated by Mr. Tanawat Junchaya from the World Bank. Tanawat, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Lizette. So, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back from the coffee break to this session 4 on the enabling policies for an integrated approach. We already heard from the earlier sessions on the rapid growth of rack HP equipment, but with that, then you have this adverse climate impact from both direct and indirect emission due to the greenhouse gas. The parties to the Montreal Protocol, the Kigali Amendment, already are addressing the direct emission by transitioning through the national plan, transitioning to low GWP and zero global warming potential alternative. But then for the indirect emission of the greenhouse gas, that's driven by extensive electricity consumption, that's a little bit more complicated. Right? It can be reduced through available efficient technologies and other actions that we have heard from the previous sessions. However, these actions need to be promoted and coordinated with multiple stakeholders, such as those in charge of energy, agriculture, industry, urban, among others. So we also heard from many speakers that on the needs of the integrated approach. So an integrated approach in planning, designing and implementing policies is key for effectively realizing the full climate benefits of the Kigali Amendment. So that's through improving efficiency of equipment, reducing cooling load, and meeting demand for cooling sustainably. Such approach also requires integrated funding through innovative financing, co-funding options, and blended finance. So this session, we will have 3 distinguished speakers to discuss the importance of an integrated approach. So my friend and former colleague from UNEP, Etienne Konen, who is now technical advisor of UNDP. We have Dr. Rajan Raval from the Center for Advanced Research in Building Science and Energy, CEP University, and Lucas Callan from New Climate Institute. So first, I would like to invite Etienne to talk about his experiences with integrated policy approach, in particular on the national cooling action plans, lesson learned, and the way forward. Etienne.
Thank you very much, Tanawat, for the introduction, and thanks for the Ozone Secretariat for organizing this workshop and Kenya for hosting us. There's no translation, but for my Francophone colleagues, you will note a slight accent, so at least I hope that the French accent will help following. I will present about the integrated approach in terms of policies, and particularly about national action plans. Some lessons learned that at UNDP we have learned through the implementation of the first round of these action plans, and also some suggestions for a way forward. You will see here the plan for the presentation. So I'll talk about what these national cooling action plans are, what they mean, the methodology. We'll talk a little bit about the Cool Coalition methodology. The main section, some lessons learned, as I pointed before, some integrating opportunities with other strategies and plans, and some ideas for the next steps and way forward. So what are national action plans? Instruments to promote sustainable and smart cooling practices in countries. They are integrated because they look both at the energy efficiency impact on overall energy demand in a country, and also at the global warming potential So looking obviously at reducing the share of high GWP refrigerants. We propose a framework within that national cooling plan, and they look at how you can build a sustainable cooling infrastructure, including with complementary measures like renewable energy that can complement the efforts. It's a multi-stakeholder consultative process looking at long-term planning, and it's developed and endorsed by the governments. So it's particularly important because it indicates basically a government's willingness to pursue efficient, climate-friendly cooling through policies and programs. It's, as I mentioned, complementary to other national plans and strategies, and each NCAP is unique in terms of its scopes and its targets. Some of them are quite ambitious, almost aspirational. Other ones are very much a little bit more grounded in specific policies and programs. They all include key sectors, such as the building, residential sector, supermarkets, cold chain, and depending on the priorities defined at the national level, they can add also other cooling sectors. So basically, it's nationally driven. It includes detailed roadmaps, recommendations, usually the initial ID when the Kigali Cooling Efficiency Program launched and funded. The first one was to have about 5 recommendations by country, and that's what we've tried to do in, in these first NCAPs. The required actions, the timetable, which agency will take the lead role, the other stakeholders that need to be involved, the existing policies that need to support, as well as indicative costs. So here I'm borrowing from the Cool Coalition. There's actually a Cool Coalition working group on National Cooling Action Plan that I'm actually co-facilitating with Katia Dinges from the CoolUp program. And basically, it summarizes, right, this methodology and what the NCAPs are, that there is an analytical part, there is a recommendation that will be provided at the end and endorsed by the country. It has a convening dimension with a lot of stakeholders that need to be involved. It represents the commitments of the country. It indicates the policies that can support achieving this goal, and also the investment that are needed. It basically send some signals to the market on what would be required to achieve these goals. Here you will notice a slight resemblance to a previous slide you've seen today, which was about the India Cooling Action Plan and the methodology that was used. Because India Cooling Action Plan was the first one and one of the most advanced, actually, of the already most comprehensive cooling action plan, and that helped actually define the methodology for national cooling action plans in general. So you will recognize the three stages: one, to initiate, basically also to look for the funding for these national cooling action plans, to define the scope; then the second stage, which is about getting the data and also drawing some recommendations by sector; and the third one, which is collating these recommendations overall to have a national cooling action plans, basically recommendation, comprehensive one that is endorsed and that is integrated with other policies at the national level. I will be brief on this one, basically because policy measures, we talked about it in other sessions, and basically this is what you can use and that can be included in the national cooling action plans. On the market projections, it's also an important, obviously, part of the plans, and you're probably quite familiar with it in the Montreal Protocol community, because this is also what we usually do with HPMPs, now with KIPs. And you will also know that it's actually quite challenging in terms of getting this data. So it's been complicated in this first set of 11 cooling plans that we have analyzed and that we'll present in a publication that will be launched before COP28. We recognize these challenges also. You know, there are things like COVID-19 pandemic that happen that are adding some challenges. But I want to mention here that, for example, with the start of the collection of data on KIPs, you are going to get a more comprehensive complementary data that will make it easier for making national cooling action plans. The last part on investment potential, we'll talk a little bit more in other part of this session, so I pass quickly as well. Here I collated some of the examples that actually we drew related to the maps, in the 11 national cooling action plan that we analyzed. I will not go through. You can have a look on more details to the slide. Maybe just one to mention. For example, in Chile, when I was mentioning this inclusion of other dimensions, interesting to see that there was some recommendation about the construction certification, energy efficiency labels for buildings, so that you can see that is also an important part of making the goal in terms of sustainable cooling. I'll mention as well in Ghana, because we talked about it in the previous session, there are incentive mechanisms and also bans, such as, for example, the ban on import of second-hand units, AC units, that can complement these efforts toward the MEPS. In terms of analysis that you can find related to energy efficiency, here you can see also just one example in Trinidad and Tobago, which was one of the first NCAP to be completed with the support of UNDP. I just want to indicate here, because I thought that was interesting how they looked at the barriers to energy efficiency in the RAC sector in the country, and they looked at the institutional level, with the consumers, so lack of awareness and how to stimulate and change the situation, how to address the fact that often the buyers are not the one that will be using the cooling assets and the challenges that it represents in terms of purchasing. And also related to manufacturers and retailers, what type of barriers they are facing in terms of implementing energy efficiency. Another one example that I wanted to highlight in Panama, quite interestingly, they had basically 4 pillars that they presented in the National Cooling Action Plan. And one of these pillars, since we're talking about it today in this important workshop, was on energy efficiency. And what I liked in the way they presented it, they prioritized by importance 4 key actions in that sector of energy efficiency, and you can see them here. The highest one was about the consumer awareness and how basically to increase the awareness of the consumers related to energy efficiency. There was a more classic one on equipment efficiency and how to increase the general efficiency of the equipment, building design, the construction, green building measures that can be taken, and also an important one on district cooling. It was indicated as low priority because it has often high investment, initial investment, but still quite important, and they looked how they can create favorable conditions. Okay, I had other slides, but it seems like it was cut. So, all right, let me just end here then. I had a few other points that I wanted to make, in particular related to the importance of integration with other elements. So in particular, it's quite important towards the end of your National Cooling Action Plan once you have put together the recommendations, actually what you can integrate within the other strategies. So there's a lot of other strategies that can be looked at. For example, your energy strategies and energy efficiency strategy, it's important to cross-reference them and to make sure that you can reach out to these other actors. But most and foremost, I would say the most important is the integration with nationally determined contributions. As you are all familiar, in the Paris Agreement, these are the commitments of the countries towards particularly the 2030 objective. In terms of emission reduction. Some of the countries have already taken steps to include some of the results of the National Cooling Action Plans into their NDCs. I can think, for example, that in Lebanon, one of the National Cooling Action Plan that we supported, and that was very comprehensive, that was actually one of the measures that was enforced. It was a bit difficult to get the endorsement of the National Cooling Action Plan due to the particular situation of the country, but they managed to get in the NDC some objectives. So that's actually one of the interesting outcomes that you can get out of the National Cooling Action Plan, and that is actually a very important tool in terms of integration. Okay, I guess I will end here and maybe add more during the question and answer. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Etienne, for your excellent presentation on the NCAPs, your experience with them, and how to linkage with NDCs and the way forward. Now, I'd like to invite Dr. Rajan to talk about building and urban design to reduce cooling load and for heat resilience.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to deliver this talk. Namaskar. I'll be talking a little bit more about buildings and urban area, which is more physical, more brick and mortar kind of things than what we used to see in earlier presentation, which is about either electricity or its equipment or even a refrigerant. It's very important that we recognize that buildings are a third skin which we have, which helps us to keep our thermal comfort in check. First is our biological skin, second one is what we wear, and third one what we get in terms of buildings. Now, more than a design, what is also important is that how are we really operating these buildings. We may have a cooling systems inside, trying to provide a thermal comfort, but the best way to reduce the load is to rely on some of the passive strategies. And that's where the mixed mode operation of design comes into the picture. Once you have an installation of cooling design, if and as and when outdoor temperatures and humidity allows you to open the windows and get a thermal comfort in, you need to practice that. Whenever the outdoor becomes harsh, you just close down tightly those windows and start operating. And that's the way probably we might be able to reduce even operational hours for cooling. Net zero building is one of the approach by which we will be able to get some more. But again, when you start operating these net zero buildings, the kind of controls, kind of sensors required to operate in a net zero fashion, it might be a little bit more complex than what generally what we see in the capabilities which the people have. Hence, when we start looking at the building operation and design, it becomes a little bit of science or complex science when we also bring in a human behavior inside. People in a large office, people in larger spaces like that, everyone will have a different kind of thermal perception, thermal sensations, and they might seek different kind of environment. And hence, the occupant behavior becomes important. Even if we reach a net zero or near zero target of having buildings which are healthy buildings, we can't really replicate them 100 times to get a neighborhood which could be a super efficient or net zero or healthy neighborhood. There's far more complexity gets involved in that, and hence it's not just 1 multiplied by 100. We will get neighborhoods which are healthy or efficient. Especially when multiple buildings comes together, interaction between them, cooling systems will start putting the heat outside, which will impact the another building and its own operation. So when we start looking at a policy which is at the building scale, immediately we need to start looking at policy which is at the urban scale as well. And that's where the fourth skin also comes in the picture, not just about science or legislation or awareness or even a market, but how do we really start managing these interactions, which generally gets captured in some of the miniature paintings across in history. So that's where the fourth skin starts coming in. Urban canopy is where these radiation conduction and interaction takes place. Thermal comfort, indoor and outdoor, both depends upon a kind of environment which we are providing, not just about temperature, but it's also relative humidity, which is again a reasonably concerned parameter which we have nowadays because of the wet bulb temperature starts going up. Sustained high level of wet bulb temperatures means that probably even in the outdoors, even the temperature is low, we might not be able to feel comfortable, and we need to run active cooling systems to keep our buildings more comfortable. So this the urban canopy, where we start looking at what will happen when we start looking at a dense urban area or development, which we call it in terms of built environment, including public infrastructure. And this is where we need to be a little careful. Nature is a great inspiration, but mimicking nature all the time, irrespective of understanding the context, might not lead us to where we want to go. And this is one of the examples which I'm providing you is one of the city in India where we have a high-speed public transport corridor having, we call it metro stations, that particular public infrastructure in a barren land, and same kind of infrastructure amongst the other buildings, and same kind of infrastructure where you have a green spaces around, does behave very, very differently. And it may happen that when you have, in a very warm and humid climate, having a presence of trees, and again, what kind of species of trees, where are they planted, what distance are they planted, because they also have a evapotranspiration rate. They also add a little bit of humidity in the environment when they are fully grown, also impacts. So simply going by some of the solutions traditionally which we know that might work, but in a urban or complex urban sector, probably they have a reasonable potential to get rebound effect. And this is where the science comes into picture. This is where we need to carefully understand how do we really look at the buildings and cities together, including public infrastructure. Some of the scenarios which IPCC talks about, the weather, future weather files does suggest that the way our cities are going to get more warmer and more humid, probably the present cooling systems might not be able to serve us during that time. This is again one of the example of a city where I come from, planting trees which also add some kind of latent load, in the technical terms we call it, which definitely will impact the cooling systems as well at certain point in time in the day, certain seasons. Again, there are solutions and some of the results are coming up which does suggest that how do we really need to manage buildings, the cooling loads within the buildings, heat rejection from the building, and how do we really look at the public infrastructure, including nature-based solutions. Some of the activity which we do trying to understand that if we start building up more and more, in some cities in India or large part of my country, housing is a requirement as compared to what we need, about 24 square meter per person. In an average in India, we have about 7 meters square per person. That means we will require to build some more, and that means we will try to go a little higher in terms of building heights. Now, when we are trying to develop certain kind of business districts, when we try to develop certain kind of denser urban form, how do we really make sure that our thermal comfort and energy consumption remains in check, at the same time we get a certain kind of developmental scenarios? And that's where we need to sort of decouple these things. Again, going back to science, does have enough knowledge available, as earlier sessions we were talking about, that we do have a science, we do have a knowledge available which can provide us the solutions to get to where we want to know. How do we really put that into the policy, whether it is district cooling systems or room air conditioner kind of systems, which one is going to work? Probably those kind of solutions will help us get where we want to go. Again, with the help of UNEP, we did develop certain kind of guidelines, not necessarily that everywhere the data would be available. If you have simply 76 points available, you might get larger picture of that particular animal. If you have 70,000 data points available, you may have much better understanding about that animal, but not necessarily that everyone needs to have that 70,000 points. Probably we need to start somewhere, and slowly we'll be able to get there. And this is where level of details and fit for purpose kind of situation comes in, that at what level one wants to go. We're looking at urban heat island effects, what amount of data available, and for what reason are you trying to develop your policy. Again, looking at level of details, LOD 1, 2, 3, 4, there are gradation of that. If one starts looking at a development of heat action plan, what is the level of details minimum require, and what would be the level of details would be must if you are trying to get into the details of it, in terms of data, in terms of manpower expertise, in terms of timeline. So this particular guideline does suggest that, and that's what the work which we are doing with the UNEP. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a very interesting presentation. Also, what you mentioned about perhaps like adverse impact from like passive cooling, like with shade, that we thought it will help, but it actually could have some adverse impact. Maybe we can come back later on. So lastly, we have the presentation by Lucas. We have heard a lot of mentioning about financing. So Lucas will be providing us with solution, right? He's going to be talking about intervention measures and also available resource of finance for energy efficiency and sustainable AC.
Yeah, thank you very much for the kind introduction, and it's a high burden that I should provide all the solutions, but I'm happy to speak to you today on financing energy efficiency and the transition towards low carbon and sustainable RUC. That's the topic. Thank you for having me, and thank you for sticking around towards the afternoon. So to begin with, I would like to give you a bit of a background to the context the context of my intervention. So I think we all agree, and we heard this morning quite often, that accessing and deploying finance is basically a key challenge for our efforts towards a low carbon future. This is the case for most of the sectors, or for all of the sectors, but it's a particular challenge for the RUC sector, as we have seen throughout the day, and this is mostly because of its cross-sectoral nature, so spanning from manufacturing of gases and appliances to the deployment of green cooling technologies. So that makes it complicated. There are a lot of policy and enforcement regimes that affect the sector. And it was against this background that we developed a study. We, in this case, is HEAT, also present here, I guess, today in New Climate on behalf of GIZ Pro Klima, on coordinating finance for sustainable RUC. And the idea of that work was to, on one hand, give an overview of the finance situation in the sector, but also to analyze what are potential financial sources that are available and the roles of the different sectors that actors that are involved in that scheme. So if we talk about financing low carbon development in the RUC sector, what do we mean, or what does it entail? It essentially means that we need capital investments across the entire value chain of the RUC sector, so starting with R&D, manufacturing, deployment of technologies, and so on. So basically going from the supply side to the demand side across a wide range of industries and end-use areas globally. But there are two things that we need to take into consideration when financing sustainable and low-carbon development in the RUC sector. On one hand, we need to finance direct emission reductions. I think this is supported by the MLF, as we all know, but then we also need to think about financing indirect emission reductions, so energy efficiency measures. And here the picture is a little bit more complex. So we see that the funding sources are more scattered. We see that a lot of, let's say, MDBs or funds, they do have a focus on energy efficiency, but hardly ever really focusing on RUC in particular. So for policymakers in the RUC sector, it's a challenge, let's say, to address these funds given or with the purpose of financing indirect emission reductions in the sector. So this is a challenge, but there are more barriers to financing low carbon development in the sector, and I would like to briefly walk you through those. We have grouped them into 5 categories, starting with regulatory and policy barriers, which relate to a lack of stringent policy frameworks, and this in turn leads to a negative investment environment. So there's less certainty for investors to invest. Then we have institutional barriers. That's basically a lack of coordination among institutions that are involved. And also within these institutions, often we see a lack of capacities and skills when it comes to green cooling technologies. Related to this, the informational barrier, where there's simply a lack of knowledge and data when it comes to mitigation options in the sector, and the lack of awareness in terms of the availability, but also the benefits of green cooling technologies. And one barrier that is always cited as key, and we heard about it a lot today, is the economic and financial barrier, which has to do with the lack of access to capital markets or commercial finance. We observe high transaction costs due to rather small project sizes, and upfront costs, also something we heard a lot about today. There's also a risk perception when it comes to new and rather innovative products. And then lastly, we also have more structural barriers related to the market and the technology. This could be as specific as the split incentive in the building sector, for instance, where we have those paying the energy bill, let's say the tenants, are usually not those taking investment decisions, which are the building owners, the landlords. And we have the issue of the availability of technology in certain markets. So I just wanted to say this is a clustering of barriers, and of course it's very dependent on the local and the country context. Let's move on with some of the solutions. So our session is related to the integrated approach. So I wanted to stress the need for an integrated approach when it comes to intervention measures. And here we need to distinguish between financial intervention measures and non-financial intervention measures. We will talk about some financial instruments in a second in more detail, but they could include bonus or penalty schemes or elements to overcome the upfront investment costs, such as subsidies, credit schemes, and so on. But it's important that these financial interventions are complemented by non-financial activities, and they relate to regulation, but also capacity building and information campaigns. Another area where we need an integrated approach relates to the actor landscape, and we have roughly grouped them into 3 categories. It's the national government, international public support provider, and private sector. They all need to work hand in hand and align their strategies. They all perform different roles, so the national government needs to create the enabling environment to mobilize private sector investment, and this can be done through optimizing regulatory and policy frameworks, to strengthen national capacities, but also to facilitate the dialogue between private and public sector actors, but also, as we heard before, the creation of financial incentives. Then we have the international public support providers. I think the main task here is to bridge the gap, basically complement the scarce national budgets in order to leverage public capital. And I think there are 2 main ways to do this. One is through providing financial support, for example, grants, de-risking measures, etc., but also through technical assistance when it comes to capacity building, awareness raising. And then we also have the private sector, and it's, I think, a key actor here. So the role here is to actually provide the lion's share of investments that are needed for the transition and sustain public investment and scale it up to the extent possible, to co-finance together with the private sector some energy climate-related projects, but also to promote innovative financial mechanisms. And I want to stick a bit with this topic on innovative finance mechanisms. I have one slide. Sorry, it's a bit dense. But essentially, I wanted to summarize a couple of mechanisms that we could think of and give some examples of how to apply them to the RUC sector. So starting with the supply side, we could think of blended finance, so a combination of public and private capital to basically mobilize additional funds. A use case could be in the conversion of production lines by at the same time requesting to apply with international standards. If we look at the demand side, I think the task here would be to unlock demand in untapped sectors, but as we heard before, also lowering high upfront costs. And here I picked 2 examples. One is the ESCO model, so the energy service company model, where basically a third-party company provides the services and the financing, and receives certain parts of the cost savings. And this is something that we could apply in the B2B, in the business-to-business area, for instance, by replacing inefficient RUC appliances in commercial buildings, as an example. If we look at the commercial sector, in the consumer sector, so B2C, I think the products we would need there would entail some sort of installment payments to overcome the investment hurdle. And examples we have here are leasing, credit schemes, pay-as-you-go options. We heard a couple of concrete examples earlier. And I wanted to mention as well 2 support measures. And the aim of these support measures is to set the standards related to GWP, but also to energy efficiency. to give example to the private sector and raise awareness. One is the measure of green public procurement, where the public sector basically acquires goods and services following some environmental criteria. And the aim here would be to increase the share of green cooling technologies within public buildings. Another example is ESG standards. And here basically we would consider, or the investor would consider, certain standards to guide their investment decisions. And if we think about a big bank that acts internationally, we can think that this leads to accelerating the transformation quite tremendously. These are just examples. I think the list is longer, and also the application potentials within the RAC sector are more diverse. But just to give you a few insights, and this is my final slide. I wanted to conclude with some recommendations in terms of what are steps that are needed when developing a RAC sector finance strategy. What we would recommend, the first thing is to consider the local context to the extent possible. So whenever we assess barriers, needs, or costs, this should be done as context and country specific as possible. Then we should be granular in the actions we determine, and also in the actors that should become, or that should be in charge of implementing these actions. Then we should put private sector at the center of a RAC finance strategy for all the reasons we have heard. I think that is key, but also emphasize the sustainable development benefits that exist when engaging in the RAC sector. And I think that's key to incentivize also national entities to engage. And lastly, coordination, I think, has been mentioned also a couple of times. So coordinate among all the actors that are involved, given that we also have to bridge these two regimes between the ozone and the climate regime. So these would be my final points. Thank you for your attention.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, Lucas. I think you offer some of the solutions in your examples, but that's depend on the local context. So now I think we have complete all the speaker presentation. And before going to discussion, maybe I'll start off with some of the questions. So first to Etienne, if I may. So are the stakeholders, the industries, the policymakers, are they ready to fully integrate energy efficiency into and refrigerant management in a sustainable manner approach? And if not, how do you make them ready? So if you can address that.
Thank you. Yes. There's a lot that has changed, I think, in recent years. I think we can all testify to that, about this readiness for integrated work. I think maybe it's sort of the spirit of the SDGs, right, that have pushed us to look into more systemic solutions. And I think that that's true in the day-to-day life of these projects and integrating energy efficiency, refrigerant management into sustainable cooling. Still, there's obviously some works to still to do for development partners. You ask, like us, United Nations. Often we are, of course, more specialized in some aspects. So we have to maybe partner further with other institutions and find the right partner. I think actually the NCAPs are great occasions for that, to actually build this cooperation, because they have this cross-cutting dimension that make you look at the other type of expertise that is required. In governments, obviously, there are different mandates. I think Kuwait mentioned earlier in an earlier session, I have other colleagues, they deal with maps, other types of maps outside of the cooling sector, so that's their work. But obviously, there is more and more opportunities for joint projects, for looking at beyond just one of the mandates, but really at cooperation between governments. And again, the cooling plans offer this type of integrated approach. And another thing that has helped in the past, it was also mentioned in the previous session, basically these workshops that invite both the energy officers, even energy ministry officers, and the national ozone officers to basically work together on finding the solution. I think that has helped a lot. There was a recently one in Jordan, so that's supported by the Multilateral Fund and organized by UNEP. I think this is one of the elements that really is supporting this type of integration. And yeah, again, probably having in practice some projects to get started facilitates this. The donors are also more and more open and encouraging this. I mean, it was recognized the Kigali Amendment changed the nature of the Montreal Protocol, made it also a climate treaty, and above all the climate treaty maybe now. And so that has been followed. The Kigali Cooling Efficiency Program, now CCC, called CCC, has also encouraged these joint projects on energy efficiency and refrigerant management. We heard earlier on about the Agora project funded by the French fund that's also looking at these two dimensions that will start soon to support in Ghana and Nigeria on these efforts. And also the funds, climate funds like IKI funds have also looked into this and supported also both refrigerant and energy efficiency project at the same time. That's, for example, the Cool Up project, for which we are a partner, and you can see some a poster, an e-poster in the coffee area. So some of the ideas on how we can overcome this.
Okay, thank you, Etienne. Now maybe for Dr. Rajan, yeah, you talk about integrated urban and design and building. I think for the audience here is mainly Montreal Protocol dealing with refrigerant. So how do you see this integrated building design can be help meet the objective of the Montreal Protocol and Kigali Amendment?
The moment we start downsizing our cooling demand, immediately it will have impact on energy and also the kind of refrigerants and other things which we start using it. So that's number one, where we, through the building and through the urban design, we try to reduce the loads. That also complements when you have better outdoors, you can start using the reasonable amount of cooling, or rather cooler air outside to operate your building inside. Largely in tropical countries, out of 8,760 hours of a year, the natural ventilation potential is around 30%. So about 3,000 hours in a year one can use, even in urban sector, one can use an outdoor. That means the operation and capacity of cooling equipment will drastically go down, whether it is RAC or even if it is a district cooling kind of systems. Hope that helps.
Thank you. Okay, Lucas, in your presentation, you talk about a lot of available financial intervention measures you can make. Now, so if one want to have this financial strategy to do, what would you advise to them, and which one of that would be, because you have multiple stakeholders, right? So who should take the lead in trying to come up with this financial strategy to access all this fund for sustainable RAC sector?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. In terms of who should take the lead, I think that's a very important and difficult question to answer, because it depends again on the country context. But we have seen that the Environment Ministry is often or should be involved, let's say, but also then the Treasury or Finance Ministry if it comes to how we manage national budgets. So it's, I think, a wide range of stakeholders that we should engage, and we have seen a couple of slides today that gave an overview of all the actors that are involved. So I think it's about coordinating these actors, and that's also key to ensure buy-in, let's say, for such a strategy in the end. So if it's only done by one or two entities, that would not be, I guess, super successful. And ways to go about defining or developing such a strategy, I think there are 2 or 3 steps that one should consider. So setting targets and defining the implication for funding. And here, ideally, we should talk about subsectoral targets that would align with the overall NDC target. We should then also think about concrete mitigation actions that would bring us towards achieving these targets, and then try to give a price tag to these actions, and then also make transparent to what extent this can be covered by national budgets or where additional funding, potentially international funding, is needed. I think that's the first step. And then as a second step, understanding the finance landscape. So what are available financial sources or finance sources, map those and understand their suitability for the own purpose, let's say. So what do we actually need, and then which type of fund would be suitable. And then in the end, it's like the third step would then be a matchmaking between what we need and what is available, and yeah, trying to roll this out. And just to conclude, I think a RUC sector finance strategy should always be completely aligned with, for instance, an NCAP. I think that there are linkages, but also with NDC financing, so it should never be considered in isolation.
All right, thank you very much, Lucas. So maybe, guess we can probably open the floor for discussion. I already see that we have Senegal and Barbados that would like to ask. So if you please say which speaker you want to direct your question to. So first, I like to invite Senegal to ask the questions from the floor.
Thank you very much. This is Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much for the insightful panel discussion that we had. Very important topic to be discussed. Of course, integrated policy approach is highly important for such interconnected challenges. In particular, this will overcome the challenge of the adoption of efficient, low, or zero global warming potential technologies. This is very important. I will, yeah. Can you hear me?
Can we
yes.
maybe have it?
Yes. I will. I really enjoyed the slides that presented by Etienne. Very insightful slide where he also listed the further integrating opportunities for the integrated policy approach. And there were mentions of the nationally determined contributions, NDCs, but as well as the emission reductions from the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. My question here is, how do you envision the differentiation between the two in the national, of course, calling action plan, given that Article 6 of the Paris Agreement allows countries to voluntarily cooperate with each other to achieve emission targets that is actually set out in the NDC. This is very important to avoid double counting. So how do you envision this to be included in the national cooling action plan? Thank you.
Yes. Now, can we ask Barbados and then followed by India?
Thank you, Mr. Facilitator, and thank you to the panel. My question is for Dr. Rajan. In terms of building design, in your experience, what has been the level of cooperation between architects, engineers, and RAC technicians? And do you see this impacting the operating efficiencies of RAC systems in your buildings? Thank you.
Okay, and then India.
Thank you, Mr. Facilitator. I thank the panel for their presentation. My first question to Mr. Etin. You explained the NCAPs of different countries. Can you also explain on the operational framework being followed in these countries for implementing the action plans? My next question is to Mr. Lucas. We would like to understand what would be the operational framework for measuring impact of energy efficiency through the refrigerant transition in the RAC sector, especially in terms of indirect emissions. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, maybe Etienne, you ready?
Yeah, thank you for the question on Article 6, and actually thank you because it was one of the slides that were cut by mistake, so I see that you looked on the website. That's great, thank you. Actually, one of the points that we wanted to highlight was actually all the range of possible financing indeed for the NCAP decisions or recommendations or actions that are adopted by the countries. It's not an easy step, obviously, because actually we found that in the first round of our NCAPs, the finance part is a bit maybe lighter than other sections. You know, we are more used to do the market assessments, the policy recommendations, but then looking at the finance is a bit more difficult. The financial instruments may not be as mature as in other areas of work, so it still requires quite a lot of work. Also some, basically support to get stronger financial instruments. But basically, there are still ways that we can start looking. One of them actually is the KIPs. KIPs can include some of the measures that are taken in the National Cooling Action Plans, or maybe, the window for energy efficiency can also include some of the, potentially some of the recommendations of the National Cooling Action Plan. But also looking at the, carbon finance is one way. So if you basically can prove in some of the activities that you put in place, for example, in a cold chain, that you're going to have substantive emission reduction, then you can apply to the Article 6 funding. Of course, these are quite heavy projects to develop. They will take time. I think Brian mentioned, these projects take time to be put in place, particularly if you have to demonstrate in the long run this emission reduction. But that is one of the ways that we see as potential for implementation of the recommendation of the National Cooling Action Plans. We could talk a bit more separately. Sorry, there was a question also from India on NCAPs, but I didn't understand, maybe if it can be repeated, what the point was exactly on the last part of the question.
Okay, India, can you repeat your question for Etienne?
Can I repeat? You explained the NCAPs of different countries, and can you also explain on the operational framework being followed in these countries for implementing the action plans?
You mean, how do they move to implementation?
Yeah,
after
implementation aspect of the NCAPs in the different countries.
Yes. So basically what we saw indeed that it's quite the most powerful ones are quite important to have like a follow-up to the NCAP. It's not like a one-time process. So first, it's interesting when there's a national steering committee that is put in place that you can have some follow-ups after that to ensure, okay, how are we implementing, how are we revising the National Cooling Action Plans. It's also quite important to plan this, to see when will be interesting to look again at the measures that have been agreed upon in the Cooling Action Plan. So yes, this revision, and then in terms of implementation, that is indeed something that often has not been started fully after the Cooling Action Plans. So one of the reasons is because of this a little bit challenging part about the finance. I think there's some interesting examples. For example, in Grenada, maybe you could mention on the type of follow-ups. I mentioned some of the projects which are starting as follow-ups to the national cooling action plans, like for example in Ghana and Nigeria. But yes, basically, it's the key part that we see now is how we actually structure, once you have done this assessment, approved it, and how do you actually follow up on the action that are set out in it.
Yeah, this was a question about integration. Yes, integration between a designer of the building, an engineer, and definitely the one who are going to operate the building is very, very important. There is a process which, I mean, traditionally people have an architect who will design something and he'll pass on to an engineer who will try to make it happen. And then it goes to an operator who really doesn't know what has gone into the design process. There's a set or newly emerging practices, they call it a design charrettes. The time of getting building design, everybody would be on the same table where you have an architect, engineer, material supplier, operator, even room air conditioner, maintenance engineers or technicians. And they do look at the work happening and do provide their comments so that later on when they start operating the building, they do have a reasonable amount of understanding how to operate. So yes, integration at the design stage is extremely important. Not just about presence of people while something is getting designed, but also documentation of it. All of us are very much aware that when we buy any kind of home appliances, either the company of the home appliances will ask us to go to any website to understand how do we really operate and when do we have to service this, or there will be very small booklet available in multiple languages that this is how you operate this particular appliances. But so far, buildings are not being seen as a product like that. And hence, whenever anyone goes and buy a residence or you occupy any office, they leave it to you to figure it out, how the windows open and how to close the windows and when to open and when to close. Same with the room air conditioner or same with any kind of plumbing fixtures. So it's not just about involving people, but also having a documentation of, or rather maintenance guide of a building, which will also help us to reduce the emissions and other part. Thank you.
Okay. While we're waiting for, okay.
I think there was one question from India on the financing and how to, I guess, bridge the gap between the direct and indirect emissions finance, and it was, I guess, referring to the slide with the two errors, and I have to admit that maybe this does not really reflect completely the reality. So MLF, I guess, also engages to a certain extent in energy efficiency, and some of the funds that purely look at energy efficiency, that is indirect emission reduction, potentially also target the RUC sector. But I guess the recommendation would be to still streamline the funding landscape further to make it easier for policymakers from the RUC sector to target specific funds. And maybe one example could be the Kigali cooling efficiency program that looks at these two dimensions already as a clear goal, but maybe other funders could follow that example and bridge this already from the funder perspective.
Okay. Now we can open second round of questions from the floor. Maybe while we're waiting for questions, Lucas, may I ask you about, you mentioned about the need for the dedicated financial mechanisms, such as the green loan for green cooling. So what do you think are the opportunities and challenges in having this set up by the commercial banks?
Thank you. I think in terms of opportunities, so we have been working under the Cool Contributions Fighting Climate Change program quite a lot now with commercial banks. And when we talk about opportunities, I think there are 4 things we mention. One is the market, that is significant, but will still grow even further from all what we have seen this morning. So the demand will increase. The second thing would be that there is a clear alignment with international and national policy, so policies related to the finance agenda, but also the green cooling agenda. And this gives also a certain degree of certainty to the banks that say that the market will develop in a certain direction. The third opportunity would be to diversify the loan portfolio or the portfolio of products and services by engaging in financing green cooling technologies. And I would even say that this can be done at a relatively low risk if we consider that these types of loans would also lead to energy savings and potentially increase the capacity to repay loans at the end user, at the client side. And the fourth opportunity, I guess, is to become a front runner, to get a competitive advantage compared to peer institutions in the market, but also to be recognized as a bank engaging in this could also facilitate accessing preferential funding, for instance. These would be the opportunities, but of course there are also a range of challenges. I think a big challenge is the availability of technology. So in some developing countries, I think that's still an issue. So that would be the precondition for a commercial bank to engage there. Then we still have evolving regulations, so that also provides uncertainty for financing green cooling technologies. And then also there's a certain degree of, I guess, resistance within banks to engage in something that is new and innovative, where potentially also technical knowledge is needed, which is not the core expertise of a bank.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, now I see that Bahrain is asking for the floor, so Mr. Hassan.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator or Facilitator.
Yeah.
You can hear me. I would like to thank our panelists for this important session, actually, very useful information provided here. And I would like to ask, based on the experience, which financial instruments are going to be very useful for implementing NCAP? Let us say the top 3 of these.
Sorry, I didn't, maybe I have hearing problems. So top 3,
I'm asking about the financial instruments are going to be useful to implement the NCAP.
I can take some of the points. I think there's a few elements. There's obviously public finance and private finance. I think that's important to look at that. I think all the innovative instruments that have been mentioned by the last presentation on finance give some examples by Lucas on the various steps that the private sector can take and can develop to implement, to engage the private sector in the implementation of the National Cooling Action Plan. I also mentioned some of the examples, so I think they are not to be taken in separation, so that the plans funded by the Multilateral Fund can offer opportunities for implementation of some of the measures. And what we've found as well is bilateral donors have also been interested in supporting, joint actions on energy efficiency and the refrigerant management. So that's also a third avenue for basically financing your activities. You could also look at basically domestic finance to try to implement the measures that are being taken. I think Lucas has listed quite a few of the instruments that definitely can be used in the case of the NCAPs. You know, you mentioned ESCOs, for example, work with ESCOs. That's definitely something that can be tested. We are still, from what I've seen, more at the testing phase for the implementation, because most of the NCAPs have just been completed. So I think that's basically in the coming years that we're going to be able to find the key instruments for implementation.
All right. I don't see any more questions from the floor. But maybe I'll ask the speakers for your final comments or take-home message for the audience. So when they go back, then they see on the integrated approach and how they can see how they can implement them, you know, despite the challenges, but looking at the opportunities in achieving sustainable cooling. So maybe, I don't know, who want to be the first? Okay.
Yeah. No, so I think we all have recognized that integrated approach is the way to move forward. Largely, many of us do struggle that who should be the coordinator or owner of all the decision-making process, because there are multiple departments, multiple ministries in each of the country is involved apart from the market. And hence it would be important to spend some time with all of them and to find out who should be given a responsibility of not just about refrigerant, which is to do more with the environment, but also electricity, where Ministry of Power comes into the picture, and then buildings and an urban area, which is Ministry of Housing or Urban Affairs, at least in my country. So when you start looking at this integrated approach, I think it's very, very important that we look at some institutionalization of these ministries, which one of them or few of them can come together and say that, yes, it's our mandate, and together we are going to work on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucas?
Yeah, maybe I would like to take this occasion to mention something that has not been mentioned. I think at least I didn't mention it, but I think it's a precondition for some of the instruments I've mentioned, such as the loan or the public procurement, which is the need to consider the life cycle costs of these technologies over the purchase cost, because I mean, we have seen that prices go down also for state-of-the-art technology, but they still tend to be more expensive. Yeah, I think the basic for making these models or mechanisms work is to consider the life cycle cost, that is all the costs that incur for purchasing, but also maintenance, servicing, and end of life. So usually if you look at all of this together, then the state-of-the-art technologies are more economic than conventional ones.
And Etienne?
Thank you. Yes, so yeah, I think we try to insist on showing how this integration is overall goal, and I particularly emphasize the role of the national cooling action plans in this towards this target. I think you have a lot of partners at the national level. Yes, at the national level and international level that can support this effort. And basically there are a lot of resources, tools, as you have seen that were presented. I mentioned the methodology that has been developed. You also have, I think I want to recognize the wealth of information that is in the preparatory documents for this workshop. I encourage governments that are embarking on a national cooling plan to actually use this type of fundamental information. Also the TIAP reports on energy efficiency, as was mentioned by Professor Anderson in the previous presentation. All these are tools that help to have very strong documents eventually. And so either to review if your National Cooling Action Plan has a few years already to review it, either to start one or to look basically at how to further implement it. Basically, it's not a trade-off between these long, maybe long processes of national consultations, market data search, and endorsement, and actual projects on the ground. I think these are actually parallel and reinforcing action. You can see some information on the Rwanda National Cooling Action Plan. That was also one of the first one and one of the best one developed with support of UNEP. And you can see how they have highlighted some projects that now have led, for example, to the ACES Center in Kigali on cold chain. So these are, as we mentioned, ways to signal the priorities of the countries and then to get finance for these concrete actions and projects. So I think these go hand in hand.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Thank you very much, Etienne, and also thank you for all the three speakers, Lucas and Dr. Rajan, and of course Etienne, for sharing your experience on the integrated approach, both with the NCAPs and also with the integrated approach for sustainable financing for the RAC sector, and also looking at how to integrate urban design and building into sustainable cooling by reducing the cooling load. So that a lot of food for thought for the audience, the national ozone officers, about, because putting together integrated approach is going to be a challenge. Who's going to be taking the lead, right? Lucas maybe suggests maybe Minister of Environment, but also you have other actors that also need to be involved, and so we need to start, and perhaps we can think about who should be the one. So maybe Minister of Environment, NOU, or other ministries. So I think that's probably, we can probably finish a little bit early so that we can have more time for the next session. So first, I'd like to ask for the big round of applause for the speakers. Thank you very much. And I pass the floor back to Lisa. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Donovan.
Yes, we can now go. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have come to the final session of the workshop, which is closing remarks and wrap up. This session will be moderated by Dr. Patricia Kameri-Mbote. She is the director of the Law Division of UNEP. And in this panel, we are going to have representatives of 6 parties. Please.
Good evening. We've really had a long day. It's almost torturous for us to sit here, and we hope we'll not be too long so that we won't be between you and the drinks. Good evening again, and we have reached the concluding wrap-up session of this workshop, and you'll agree with me that this has been very insightful and informative. I'd really like to thank the facilitators, speakers, and panelists who have contributed their expertise and insights to these discussions. And I also thank the audience for their active participation and contributions, even as some traveled very long and have had really a long day. Your commitment to addressing challenges and opportunities in the refrigeration, air conditioning, and heat pump sector is very much appreciated. Now, in this session, let us reflect on the key takeaways from the workshop with my distinguished panel. I am here with representatives from 6 parties, as Liazat said. We have, I think, I will go according to how they were in the bio. So if you can let the people know who you are. Yaqub Al-Matouk from Kuwait's Environment Protection Agency. We have Philippe Chemonet, Canada's manager of the Montreal Protocol. Rian Uchianwei from Malaysia's Department of Environment. We have Tom Van Ireland of the European Commission, and Sergio Merino, Mexico's National Zone Officer, and Kofi Agiako from the Ghana Energy Commission. Before I move on to some of the questions for our esteemed panelists and open the floor for inputs from the audience, let me try to briefly recap the very rich discussions in the 4 sessions. In the first session, we began by setting the stage for our discussions, recognizing the potential for reducing the climate impact of the refrigeration, air conditioning, and heat pump sector through the adoption of low and zero global warming potential refrigerants and enhanced energy efficiency in equipment. We acknowledged the rising demand for cooling, especially in the developing economies, and the urgent need to address barriers to transitioning to energy efficient equipment and equipment that uses low and zero global warming potential refrigerants. In the subsequent session 2, we looked at challenges, barriers, and opportunities associated with making such equipment available. We had valuable insights from hands-on experts from industry and practitioners in the field about the manufacturing and servicing sector readiness in Article 5 and non-Article 5 countries. Session 3 delved into policy options for enhancing the adoption and uptake of energy-efficient equipment with low and zero global warming potential refrigerants. We talked about the significance of mandatory minimum energy performance and labeling, the role of government and institutional and corporate procurement in creating demand, and innovative financial incentives and business models in promoting efficient technologies. In the just concluded session 4, we discussed that an integrated approach requires not only comprehensive planning, design, and coordinated implementation, but also integrated funding options. National cooling action plans were discussed as a means of achieving integration and collaboration of the stakeholders. We also emphasized the need for behavioral change, centralized provision of cooling and heating, and improvements in building, thermal efficiency, and passive cooling solutions. I'd now like to pose some questions to our panelists and invite them to share their insights, drawing from the workshop and their experiences. For Philippe and Kofi, I'd like to ask the question, what do you believe are the most pressing challenges and barriers that need immediate attention in promoting energy efficiency and adoption of low and zero global warming potential refrigerants in the refrigeration, air conditioning, and heat pump sector? And how can both Article 5 and non-Article 5 countries collectively address them efficiently? It's a mouthful, but I do hope that it's come through.
Okay, can I have half an hour to think about the question? Okay, full disclosure, I was expecting, this kind of question, so I was attentively listening during the workshop, which I found very interesting, informative, and I really want to thank the Ozone Secretariat and all the organizers of this workshops, the facilitators and the participants, because I think that we had a wealth of information and insights And I think it's a testament that most people, you know, are still here at this time because we're all suffering, many of us suffering from jet lags. But okay, to answer your question, I guess, you know, the first challenge or barrier that sort of resonated with me, which I think is a little bit obvious, money. So money in terms of lack of incentives for the consumers to pay higher cost, understanding that these higher costs, you know, may be recuperated over the lifetime of equipment, and that with scale of production, I heard that, you know, the cost of particular pieces of equipment may not actually be high, but the fact is, I think that as a consumer, you know, many of us actually experience that when we do want to purchase more energy efficient appliances, a lot of the time, most of the time, they do cost significantly more. There's a higher cost to manufacturers, right? Just in terms of building new equipment that is more energy efficient, and that may not be, I think, an issue, in my view, for very large enterprises, but especially for small, medium-sized enterprises, I think that is a major issue. A lack of a policy framework in many countries. So here we're talking about, you know, countries that may lack energy efficiency targets or objectives, minimum energy performance standards, or they may have MEPs, but they're insufficiently challenging. Lack of labeling program. I mean, I heard that there's globally a patchwork of MEPs and policies and labeling programs. Lack of, in some countries, and many Article 5 countries, I think, lack of testing, monitoring, and verification capacity to ensure that claims on energy efficiency are able to be assessed and confirmed. Another barrier, which I think is also a major one, is a lack of a formalized and adequate level of training and qualifications for technicians who work in the refrigeration servicing sector, and also, I think, in the local installation and assembly sector, as well as mandatory certification for such technicians. That's something which is going to be a big challenge, I think, as we move into more complex refrigerants and equipment. And finally, lack of integration, I would say, of the cooling dimension within the national plan or the national development plan of the countries, so that, you know, cooling is maybe thought about, but it's an afterthought, and it's not necessarily integrated within national planning, which I think what we heard was there are so many elements and there is so much coordination that's needed within the government and with the private sector, that this lack of integration at this time is really an impediment to be able to achieve you know, really the ultimate objectives of moving towards, you know, the most efficient equipment possible using low GWP alternatives. I'm using a lot of time, so I don't know, but the other question was how to address them, but maybe we can come back to that, because I think a lot of these issues are, you know, perhaps beyond the Montreal Protocol and to address, really. They're very wide issues, but I do think that we can start to think about where the Montreal Protocol and the Multilateral Fund can make specific interventions, and there are some, like the higher cost to manufacturers, for instance, the training and certification of technicians. These are areas where the Montreal Protocol and the fund has a lot of experience. Also, perhaps on the policy framework, you know, the development of the MEPs, that is something perhaps that could be, could also be supported from the Multilateral Fund. But, you know, we're only going to be part of the puzzle. Maybe we can be a catalyst in helping, you know, all these other elements that need to move. But, you know, we have to be conscious that, you know, we won't be able to do everything ourselves. And, you know, to some extent, our success is going to be dependent on all these other things also coming together.
Thank you very much. Kofi?
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity to congratulate the Secretariat for organizing this energy efficiency meeting as a precursor to the actual MOP. It convinces me that MOP has the intention of walking the talk of energy efficiency. This is a very good, bold step. A lot remains to be done. So I encourage the Secretariat to keep doing what is needful. Now back to your specific question. The barriers are many, but there are sticky ones that I jotted down for to talk about. The first one that I observed was the availability of high-end technology equipment in the markets of the A5 parties. The A5 parties markets are flooded with low energy efficiency, high GWP equipment, mainly for two reasons. The first reason has to do with a popular misconception that A5 parties are neck deep in poverty, so affordability is an issue, and therefore anything at all goes. And this is how dumping is originated. If it becomes anything goes, then it means that anything at all is suitable for the market. But I was very glad that Brian disproved that misconception in his presentation by telling the success story of the eco-fridges in Ghana. He did indicate that almost all the time, the high energy efficient equipment were lacking on the market. Those equipment, although were a little bit expensive than the ordinary one on the market. So all those that qualified to be accepted into that project were high-end technology EE equipment. But as soon as they land in the shops, the next day they are all bought. The question is, where from those who bought those appliances? And he went on to explain further that even with the financing mechanism that was put in place, only a few people took advantage of that. Over 90% of people who bought the high energy efficient cooling appliances bought it with cash. So it is not absolutely true that A5 party markets cannot take high energy efficient equipment. The second reason is that if you check again the presentation made by IEA, you realize that A5 parties are at the receiving end of dumping. All the substandard equipment find their way to the A5 party market. And interestingly, price-wise, they compete with the high energy efficient ones. So what therefore is happening is that if you turn the coin on one side, bad products are chasing away good products from the market. And it is turning the market into market of lemons, which is not good for the uptake of high energy efficient equipment. The second one that I will talk of is the issue of affordability. yes, in as much as people can afford, still there's the need to take a critical look at the prices to ensure that they are not priced beyond the reach of the ordinary person. Mind you, cooling is now becoming a matter of necessity because of rise in global temperatures, and they are no longer a luxury. So one challenge that I've identified is that the equipment passes through a lot of middlemen before they get to the market of the A5 party states. You take Ghana, for instance. Equipment that are manufactured from China get through Dubai, and before they get to Ghana. Sometimes they go to Italy, then Dubai, then to Ghana. So in all these stages, people put their margins on the price. So by the time it gets to the doorstep of the final consumer, the price is high up on the roofs. And I think this is the time that we may have to think about the buyers club concept as presented by Steve. Maybe the A5 countries have to think and rethink about how we can encourage vendors to deal directly with original equipment manufacturers so that the middlemen will be cleared and prices will also be a little bit affordable. Let me be quick here and say that A5 countries have the potential to drive demand for cooling equipment in the near future. Looking at what Ray presented, he gave us a tall order of drivers of demand for cooling equipment. And three sticky ones that stuck in my mind were GDP growth, population growth, and GDP, population, and then urbanization, rise in temperatures, sorry. So you see, all these three factors are characteristically of A5 parties because most of us live within the tropics. So temperatures are rising, we are the receiving end, urbanization is growing. Africa, for instance, is recording 3.9% growth in urbanization, which is the highest around the globe. And that will mean that people's GDP is also growing, so people's disposable income is increasing, and comfort becomes the order of the day. So we need to check these things to ensure that this phenomenon, where low energy efficient and high GDP equipment that is flowing into Africa and the A5 states will be stopped. I don't know, just as Philip said, when it comes to the solution, maybe I'll pause here and then the next time we will talk about the solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now hear from Yakub on how the countries that are characterized as having high ambient temperatures can balance effectively the phasing out high global warming potential refrigerants, phasing down hydrofluorocarbons, and promoting energy efficiency in the context of their unique needs.
Thank you very much for the question. First of all, I would like to thank the Ozone Secretariat and all the team members for preparation of these workshops and also for attendees here. Thank you for giving me the chance to present one of the issues which is being presented in Montreal Protocol, which is high ambient temperature countries. I think now we have to adjust that name to be extremely high after the increase of temperature around the world, so we have to add a little bit of that one. In my point of view for article for the high ambient temperature countries, in light with the question that you are asking, that the majority and the challenges for us is the looking to the total exemption of the country that it by sectors. There is sectors that we can move with, and there is sectors they are challenging, and they are really a very big and very expensive challenges. The most challengeable issue is the air conditioning in our region, which is high ambient temperature country, and we are looking of the availability and the cost of alternatives that can cover that sector, as air conditioning is essential use for our countries. Just to give an incitement for countries or parties who are attending here for the first time, or the temperature in Kuwait in the shadow is around 48 to 52. And next to the air condition in the roof, it will reach to 70, 75 degrees Celsius. So this is the way that we are handling these high ambient temperature countries. So we may need, for a solution, we may need for a short time period of transition that we go for a low GWB alternatives at a transitional period. We can adapt if the technology is ready and available for all the capacities and all of the things for 32 or 32 blends as a transitional period for a period of time until a total technology's availability is there. Taking into considerations the high risk for high ambient temperature countries using 32 because of the limitation of flammable charges and the charge of refrigerant in these equipment. And this is another limitation and another obstacles that we have to deal with. So in my point of view, at that time, these countries will never look to the energy efficiency side. We are looking to having an air condition in the beginning, and then we can look to the energy side because the availability of technology is not there for that sector. I think it's the country now need to minimize and start to control the import, production, and sale of high GWP equipment, which is contain refrigerant as possible as they can, to minimize the growth of HFCs with high GWP amount. So in this forum, this is not in our hands. As the majority of high ambient temperature countries they are adopter of technologies. They are not a provider of the technologies. And within the GRIA calculation of the import and export of equipment in 2019, updated, the Middle East only consume 1.1 million per year as equipment, and the China by itself, it's consumed 14.1 for their domestic use. Do you think that this manufacturer will look for us to develop a lot of things, or they will think and invest in their local market development? Also in Japan, you will find these alternatives very high. So we are not in a shiny place for technology provider to work very intensive for these countries. I think the other element that we have to take in consideration that for the other sectors, especially for the refrigeration, which is cold, refrigerator, freezers, cold stores, one of the components that we are engaging in now, rather than also engaging with the refrigerant with low GWB or zero GWB, we have to look to the insulations for these equipment. And within this frame of alternative of insulation for these frames, we find a debatable issues now. It also goes for the refrigerant and the air condition, long-term or sustainable choose of alternatives. So we need to have best cooperation between the technology inventors and provider and with the country to adopt these issues. One of the example now, we have, if in a country in high ambient temperature countries thinks to go for HFOs, we have to be carefully addressing this one because there is a lot of calls now that HFOs is not sustainable alternative for these parties. So how we will manage this one, we have to be very cautious about our movement to these scenarios and these situations. And also, if we move very fast without the cautions, then we have also, again, have the same complicated that we have to remove such kind of technologies or alternative, and this will have a lot of cost. So I think we are managing a lot of things, but we think that we have a lot of consideration to have. This is why when the Kigali Amendment was adopted, the team of GCC, with all the help of, and also the high ambient temperature countries and all Article 5 support, we have an exemptions and we have later dates. This is why, because every country here is in this, believe in our story, believe in our situation, and believe in our challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yakub. Now I'll go to Tony and Sergio. And I'd like you to tell us how we can ensure that the knowledge and insight shared here are translated into policies and actions at both national and international levels, specifically the discussions we had on the integrated approach to policy making and implementation and financing.
Thanks, and I also would like to start to say thank you for the organization of the workshop and the really fruitful discussions we had today. I found them interesting, and they come to some extent to stuff that I do in the other part of my work. My unit works a lot on the implementation of F-gas and ozone policies in Europe, but we are also looking at what mainly our colleagues in the energy department are doing around energy policies. And I think that comes clearly to the fore today, that if you want to talk about energy efficiency in cooling, in cold chain, that you need to think about a system approach, an integrated approach. It's not one Iceland in itself that will solve the problem. So it does get you immediately into the discussion that you will need to look at a country level to several departments. It's not going to be one department that delivers the kind of policy environment that will, let's say, make the whole of your system efficient. There are some obvious ones, and today I think we went a lot into what to some extent we do when we regulate ODS and HFCs, and we try to phase down these gases in our system. At the same time, it's clear that energy efficiency of equipment, and then notably the standards and the labels, or often referred to as MEPs, impact that. So these ones have to work together. We talked a lot about maintenance today, and I think maintenance has two elements. It came forward today again. It's what happens with the refrigerant when you maintain, and it's what happens to the energy efficiency. And how can you find co-benefits in a way when you do maintenance in both fields? But, and that I think came a little bit less to the fore today, I think the system goes further than that. You need to think about building codes. Building codes actually that again impact these two elements. On the one hand, the safe use of that equipment in your buildings, and on the other hand, making your buildings suitable for having that equipment in an efficient manner and how that interacts. And then finally, given that they are large energy consuming part of our economy, and I think that came clearly in the first session today, they are a significant part of demand and certainly a growing part of demand. What are your demand side policies that look at pricing? Can you work with that? Is your environment suitable to do that? And that could be policies around energy pricing, that could be policies around greenhouse gas or carbon pricing. And they all indirectly impact, let's say, the kind of incentives or signals you give to your sector about becoming more efficient. Very brief, but in Europe, I think we try to create such an environment. We try to create that kind of interactions between policy fields. We have, of course, our own ODS and F-gas regulation, creating a quota system that reduces the amount of availability of the gases on your market. We have specific product bans in place for those sectors where we think the alternatives are readily available. And we have, of course, requirements around recovery, end of life, and certification, and that links to the maintenance question. Then, and that our colleagues, of course, in the energy department, we work around MEPs at EU level. I think it is sometimes presented already, but of course, eco-design is for us a crucial policy field, and that actually captures all the rack HP equipment that we are typically discussing. But we also do building codes, standards, looking at the building as a whole, the requirement to look at the building shell and the equipment in the shell, and how both of them together impact the energy efficiency of your building. And I think that kind of system thinking is also quite important. Actually, that policy has specific requirements around maintenance of heating equipment in buildings in relationship to energy consumption. So that's the energy efficiency angle on maintenance. And then finally, we do have a number of policies impacting pricing, and I think our emission trading system is a good example of that, which we will expand now also to the building sector. You asked the question, what can we do internationally on this? And if you think about some of the elements of a system approach I've described, you have to ask the question, okay, what can you do under the Montreal Protocol and what can we do in other settings? And I think the unavoidable conclusion is we will have to work, across the board in different settings to try to achieve that kind of learning, among ourselves. Philippe already indicated that, for instance, what can we do around maps? Maps impacting equipment, something that comes back a lot in this protocol. That is certainly something I think we as parties could look into and could discuss. There are tools under the protocol to look at equipment and even to help and support transition in equipment and in the gases used. There, I think there is still discussion ongoing, what that could mean, what that could constitute. But I think the TIAP report of May or June this year had some interesting elements. It was starting to look at, okay, capacity. You have manufacturers that in principle are large, and when they make the transition, it should be quite easy and straightforward to think that they can make that switch to energy efficient equipment. Maybe small manufacturers, there it's more challenging. So what is the role of capacity in this debate if you look at that kind of thing? Similarly, it's the role of looking at the type of refrigerants and can we do better? I think TIAP had interesting observations that for several applications, for instance, natural refrigerants perform as well and sometimes even better than traditionally used substances. So how does that impact that? If you contemplate giving incentives for energy efficiency, is there therefore a role maybe for also looking at how we can leapfrog to some extent in our transition? And I think that are certainly elements we could look at in the discussion. If you look at the other types of system requirements, I do think there you typically will look at other environments to have those discussions. I note the presentation by the IEA this morning, and it had a nice graph, I think, representing simply data collection about pricing of air conditioning equipment in different markets. As I understand, that's actually a graph that was discussed, for instance, in the SEAT initiative. It's an initiative, super efficient appliance as an equipment deployment initiative under the Clean Energy Ministerial's Energy Efficiency Hub. But it's typically a place where you start engaging with several countries to look at some detailed applications, and they're actually right now looking at cooling appliances as an issue that they want to share experiences and share data on. So that kind of experience sharing, I think, is also going to be important. And then finally, I think another example that in a way just started, but the cooling pledge has also already been a place where different parties have been interacting on, okay, what could be an environment where we move to lower global warming potential gases and at the same time achieve energy efficiency. Thank you.
Sergio?
Thank you. I will also want to start by thanking the Ozone Secretariat and all the staff for putting this workshop together. That has been a very rich source of information that I'm sure we're going to be using in the coming months and years in our planning for the challenges that are coming into place mainly with the implementation of Kigali in our countries. And to go back to the question in terms of how to ensure that the knowledge that we have been sharing here can be translated into policies and actions at the national and international levels, if I remember correctly. I will have to talk about coordination. There's a lot that has to be done in terms of coordinating with the different areas in our countries that are involved in energy efficiency. And I go back to the recent experience in our country, where we have been strengthening the coordination between the National Ozone Unit and the Energy Efficiency, the National Commission for the Efficient Use of Energy, as it is called in Mexico, the CONUE. Mainly in order to share the knowledge about how the refrigerant transition that is coming with KIP is to be promoted, but also to have an access to the updated vision of the Energy Efficiency Authority in terms of how they are envisioning the updating and the creation of new standards, mainly MEPS, for very different devices, and a lot has already been done. There are currently 8 standards in the country, but this interaction with that authority has helped us to have a clear image of where there are still standards missing. So, for example, in AC chillers or centralized refrigeration systems for supermarkets, we have to work with them. And they have been very welcoming in terms of how can we create new channels of cooperation with what is coming with the KIP for the country. And in terms of barriers, it was very interesting in the first panel to listen to what was said in terms of the mismatch of interests between different government stakeholders, because that sounded very close to our experience in Mexico. And it's sometimes very difficult to coordinate the expectations between the different government offices. So there's a lot that has to be done there. And all the information that we received today is going to be very helpful in our work in that regard. We also have to work better in finding convenient solutions. We don't have a clear answer. I mean, if something comes up from our session today, is that it's very difficult to have a clear answer to all our requirements. But the discussion is getting us closer to finding how to adapt the best practices to our own experiences. So, and what we can do is also to push forward to better communicate with all the different stakeholders. Another important task that came up in our case has to do with the improvement of the capacities of testing labs in our countries, where we also have established new communications with all the infrastructure in the country in terms of laboratories having to do with the testing of energy efficiency standards. But we still have a lot to do in order to strengthen their capacities. And also to keep on working with end users, and that was mentioned frequently, and it's very good to hear that we all share the same awareness about the importance of getting this communication with end users in order to provide them with information that we already have. And something that also came up is that in previous panels today is that higher efficiency is not necessarily related with higher costs. So we still have to work on finding those solutions that are not necessarily more expensive, and then to translate them into the adaptation by the different stakeholders. And that also brought about, in our case, a recent experience a couple of weeks ago in which we were invited by the Association of Retail Stores and Supermarkets to a conference on energy efficiency, and it was very good for us to have a space in that event and to get the attention of all the different supermarkets in terms of how to move forward in improving their energy efficiency, as we can provide also with support having to do with the specific instruments that are available within the Montreal Protocol. So that we have to keep on strengthening. And finally, we have to keep on working both at the national and the international level on taking advantage of possible synergies with the climate change agenda in terms of measuring and reporting indirect emissions resulting from energy use of rack equipment. And in this regard, we have to strengthen the coordination with climate change authorities in our countries. And that also comes up in recent experiences in what we have been doing in our national ozone unit in terms of getting more frequent interactions with the National Institute of Climate Change in terms of how to really report what we are contributing within the sphere of the Montreal Protocol, for example, with TIWI measurement. So that's an important area where we also can keep on working.
Thank you. Ryan, how can the successful models and approaches to promote energy efficiency in RAC sector that we have heard about during the workshop today and even in the poster sessions be adopted and implemented in Article 5 countries and regions?
Right, thank you. Good evening. Together with all my colleagues here, so I would like to thank the Ozone Secretariat also, right, for giving me this opportunity to share, right. Allow me to share some things about as A5 country, as Malaysia, and of course from this one full day session is very insightful knowledge that I can get. And I learned a lot about these models from different regions, and also their lesson learned from the project they done, right? And it's very, it's a lot. 15 projects they done, and also they share in this workshop, and yep, and of course a lot that we can get from this workshop and also the sharing. So as a Malaysia, we have the National Energy Efficiency Action Plan for 2016 to until 2025, and we target to reduce 8% energy saving in 2025, right? Compared to the business as usual, right? Of course, a lot of initiative they put in. One of it is about the maps, right? In key initiative of number 2. Right. So under the maps, currently we only control 7 appearances for star rating, but not including the commercial appearances. Right. The appearances that they control, including aircon and also refrigerator. Right. As everybody know that in this room, we know that DOE, Department of Environment in Malaysia, is control the Montreal Protocol, but another party, which is Energy Commission in Malaysia, they control in energy consumption, right, to save the energy. So at first, before we are coming into this platform, particularly the Kigali Amendment, we are not talking to each other. Yeah, and they do their policy. We do our own policy, and when it comes to Kigali, and we do the engagement with all the stakeholders, right? And this is the opportunity that we have, right, to try to integrate these two parties, these two agencies together, right? And when we prepare the KIP, we find out this is the main issue that we need to associate together with making energy efficiency, particularly in RAC, by using low and zero GWP technology. So, today we learned that from this the sharing from India, Mr. Satis, that integrated policy approach to EE is very crucial, is very important. So we take this opportunity, right, when we design our KIP, right, for the EE, and we know that mapping the EE framework for country is very important, right? This will be try to reduce all the gaps within these two agencies, right? And of course, the engagement with the government, with the manufacturer, and also the consumer, right? To identify each individual, each party needs, and also the requirement towards the common goals, right? Is something that we need to put into account, put into consideration when we do the mapping. And timely review maps, right? As I mentioned, the maps is only focused on two appearances, right? And it's a good timing that now it's not late that we discuss with the Energy Commission agency, right? To improve the maps and to expand the number of appearances. One of it is the commercial refrigeration system, right? And the opportunity to integrate and also broadening the maps to include more appearances, right? So that this is also we try to use this KIP platform, right, to work together and to integrate more agency for the energy efficiency, right? And by doing this, we also get the opportunity to improve the capacity building of the stakeholder, right? For example, we have national lab for do the testing, but it's not. It's very limited. It's not. As I mentioned, it's only focused on certain appearances. So by doing this, by having this opportunity, we can expand. We can get more, capacity, right? More appearances, right? Yeah, enhance the lab analysis, right? And of course, we can promote the new testing standard, right, for new appearances, and of course monitoring and verification of the maps, right, and as well as the enforcement of the maps. So all this we learned that the integration between two agencies is for me is part of the opportunity that we can looking forward, and we can do it. We can do, it's doable, right, that for the climate benefit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, panelists. We are at the final parts of our workshop, and it would be not good if a member state or a participant has something they would want to share. So we are opening the opportunity now for the floor to give us any final words that you have as we come to the end of the workshop. And I'm looking to see volunteers. It looks like it has all been said. But it would be not a good thing if you went away with words that would have benefited us. Going. I actually don't see any offers, and I'd like to just give one final opportunity to the panelists, and to just say the one golden point that you need people to go away with. So we have Yakub volunteering.
Thank you very much, and Actually, I was surprised there's nobody want to intervene within this time. That the noticeable thing from me, there are 3 elements that I want to concentrate on. The whole sessions, 95% of the question was from Article 5 countries, 5% was 2 question from Article 2 countries. That means that they don't have any problem with the energy consumption or energy efficiency in their countries. And this is achievement that we don't need even to discuss energy consumption in anywhere in this, unless this is something that we don't understand about data. The second element is the technology penetration for this market, as this is not being reported, and we cannot know the sectorial penetration of hydrocarbon technologies or technologies which is flammable or whatever they are. The second thing, that the responsibility, and today the most repeatable word, it was almost 160 times repeated MEPS. I just want to say something for the sake of MEPS. Just imagine that as a country who have an exportation equipment, they insist on their manufacturer not to send for Article 5 country an equipment with less efficient than what used in the local market. Then we don't need, even as an Article 5 country, these MIPS, because this is equality around the world. But you allow your manufacturer to send for these people less efficient equipment, and this is a market and economically cycle for you for a benefit. The third one, and this is very important, you are always leaning on Montreal Protocol. Montreal Protocol becomes the middle child. The bigger one, order him. The younger one, he have to be blamed on his fate. Every time you say, you go and communicate with any international treaty for fun. You go and communicate with the climate change people. You go and communicate with Basel. Just one thing, is that they have a bodies or countries different than the country in this room? We are the same countries here in Basel in climate change. Why they don't approach us? Why we should go to them? Why they don't come for us and say we are in the same line for environment, for energy? We want to have this deliberation. No, we have to go for them. We have to check with them. We have to ask them. We have to ask these voluntary suppliers to come to us. Why the countries here which give this money for other international treaties don't force them to come to us? This is strange for me. We are the same bodies, the same countries around all the international treaties. So these things have to be very careful. The third one, a lot of developing countries are relaxing because of the carbon market. They buy the carbon from Article 5 whenever it's been destroyed or something, and they use it for more emission for themselves. We have to be very careful, and especially if we are talking about the air condition consumption of the energy. It differentiates between countries without manufacturing and huge industrial with other countries who have an industrial and less air conditioning. So the manufacture and use of energy, it's not similar around everyone. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Yaqub. Who wants to take the next, just 1 minute?
Thank you. Thank you, Yaqub, for sharing these thoughts. I think the point that I would want to come back to is what I found, what kind of dawned on me from this workshop was the number of issues, as I said, that are much wider than what we discuss typically within the Montreal Protocol. And just to give some example, we talked about decarbonization, circularity, cooling as a service, the importance of urban planning, of building design, and these are all very important issues that are going to be part of the solution to achieve our energy efficiency goals within the cooling sector. But I think while we need to be very much aware and educated about these issues, now we really have to roll up our sleeves and figure out what is it that we can do within the Montreal Protocol. So I think before I highlighted some areas, some interventions where we think we can make a difference. And then going back to what someone had said, I think may have been Satish Kumar, that said then with the Montreal Protocol and the Multilateral Fund can be then a leverage to do other things, and especially perhaps to access other sources of financing, whether it's blended finance or other funding from other financial institutions, development banks, etc. Because clearly this relates to more than just what the Montreal Protocol does. And the multilateral fund itself, while we think can provide assistance in this area, may not be sufficient. And I think we have to keep in mind that we've been discussing and talking about this issue and educating ourselves about all the technical aspects of these issues, at least since the adoption of the Kigali Amendment. So it's been 7 years, and we've acquired a lot of knowledge, perhaps, that we didn't have before. But now we're really getting to the stage where, over the next year, we're going to start, the implementation of the KIPs, and there's a very large amount of manufacturing base of cooling equipment in both developed and developing countries, which is going to be converted to non-HFC or lower GWP alternatives in a relatively short time. If you look at the phase-down schedule, in order to meet the final phase-down, projects need to be approved and implemented at least by 2040. So we really have a 15-year window for the Montreal Protocol to really make a difference in this. And if we're not able to do it, I think over the long term, energy efficiency may still happen, but it will do it without the Montreal Protocol. I think the Montreal Protocol has an opportunity as a driver because of the HFC phase down to play an important role on this. But we really have to work together, put aside our differences and find compromises to take this forward. There's been some small steps taken already by the Executive Committee of the fund. You may know the Decision 9165, where we open up a funding window to do certain things. Some very specific elements are going to be funded. And now, the big issue is going to be whether we're going to be able to take that further, because really, 20 million can provide some examples of what could be done. But if we going to really take advantage of everything that can be achieved, then clearly, and I don't want to get into the discussions and negotiations that will continue to take place at the Executive Committee, but I think that's kind of a crucial element which is going to determine to what extent we take this forward in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Philip. Kofi, you had...
Thank you. I want to believe that the whole essence of this meeting is to find ways and means of encouraging the uptake of environmentally friendly cooling appliances. If that is the objective, then it is a matter of common challenge to all of us, be A5 or non-A5. I think that the issue of policies that introduces MEPS have been overflowed. If indeed we all accept that the globe is boiling and no longer warming, I think it is high time we move away from who did what and who did not do what, and eventually humanity suffers. Let us work in partnership and get this problem solved once and for all. And from where I sit, I believe 150% that the Montreal Protocol has the influence, the capacity, the leverage, and what it takes to initiate action to get this menace under control. And one of the actions that it needs to initiate is to tackle the flow of bad cooling equipment with high GWP from moving from one corner of the world to another corner of the world. We are all global citizens. If you burn one corner of the world, the heat will certainly transfer to another corner of the world, and we will all become losers. Thank you.
Thank you. Ian?
Thank you. I'm glad I asked 2 questions today, but thinking about these questions, they were in a way on purpose because I wanted to learn today, and I've learned a lot. And my first question was indeed
Speak
to...
into the mic, please.
Sorry. No, I want to say I'm glad that I asked 2 questions today because I wanted to learn a lot today, and I think I did so. My first question was actually about to the manufacturers in the servicing sector. You know, what are the kind of things we can do from an international perspective around maps that would help you the most? And there was one speaker who actually came back to that, and he was saying data sharing, transparency, informing and collecting that data. So I know we have started that work already under the Montreal Protocol, but I think that was for me a kind of insight that we can continue to look at. The other question I asked was actually indeed in an area I think that is less directly related to the Montreal Protocol. And it was related to the presentation that was in the 3rd session about all kinds of incentive mechanisms that exist to promote energy efficiency. And there you saw the complexity, how diverse they were and how many, let's say, stakeholders and interactors you need to mobilize to do that. And there indeed, I do think we need to look at different policy fields to do that. And then the final remark, maybe that's a remark to Kofi, that we are certainly willing to engage on that question. And from the EU side, we are reviewing our legislation. And at least when it comes down to the refrigerants and the use in applications, in the future, we will be much more able to react on responses from importing countries when they say they don't want certain types of equipment. So that's just 3 elements I want to highlight from a very interesting debate today.
Thank you. Sergio?
Thank you. Well, I have to say that I guess I'm living with mixed feelings because I will bring back to my country more questions than answers. But that, in fact, is quite good, I think, because it reflects the complexity of the issue, and that something important that I take away is that there's no one-size-fits-all kind of solution to what we have to accomplish. But also, I'm quite satisfied that I guess what has been shared in the workshop reaffirms that we are on the right track in our case. And what we have started just by little steps in terms of getting better coordinated with other agencies is the right track. And I share a lot of the questions and, for example, what Jakub was mentioning in terms of why not climate change come to us, and that's very valid. But we have to start somewhere. And at the national level, it has been very productive in our case to have this interaction with climate change people, and because they were quite amazed to learn of what is being done in the Montreal Protocol. So that kind of information is proving to be enriching to our national experience. So that's something that I take from the workshop. And in terms of something that I think I'd like to discuss further, has to do with something that also was mentioned in one of the panels in terms of the mismatch between electricity supply and demand, that I guess I quite understand, because we see that mismatch in our case in the recent years, and we have to strengthen the communication to avoid that mismatch. But that's something that I don't quite get a grasp on, and I would like to keep on discussing.
Thank you. Ryan?
Right, thank you. Okay, since I'm here, so I just a request. I have no, I think, much to say. Request for, I think this workshop is very useful. It's very good, very insightful, and so we we talk about integration, and you always talk about another agency in the country, which is Energy Commission, right? So if the member of Southeast Asia Pacific, if you agree with me, and we hope that this type of workshop can be duplicated, have it in our region, right? And not only involve NOO itself, it's also involve the Energy Commission member, right, with other parties, with the manufacturer, right, to have together and to discuss and to get more information, right, so that it can be not only one party, not only Montreal Protocol, but it's integrated way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we've had very fruitful discussions, and the Secretariat is going to prepare an outcome document which will be presented at the 35th meeting of parties, preparatory segment under Agenda 11. And I'd like you to join me in thanking the panelists for sharing, and also let us appreciate ourselves for being here the whole day. I mean, we've really done a great job. The message I hear is that this knowledge is very useful, and we should take it away with us from the workshop. And it will actually probably go on resonating in the next days as we have discussions in the MOP. And now it is my pleasure to close the workshop and to invite you all to very much deserved drinks out here. The reception is ready, and wish you a very good evening and look forward to very productive discussions in the coming week. And a good night's sleep.
I was a bit curious. I saw your name last week in this meeting that it wasn't said that I was presenting. I was referring to you. The meeting in Paris?
Yes.
Okay. So are you from the energy department or
Yes,
from the...
No, from energy.
Ah, okay. I start to get the link.
Yeah, I'm from energy. I just trained into Ozone.
Okay.
You're an intruder. I'm an intruder.
Mic is still on. How do you turn it off?
Good?